mau. Chào cậu.
And doing the Power Rangers stuff, other heroes.
Sounds hype. Sounds hype.
Pretty cool, yeah.
I mean, I can barely. I've been wanting TB for years.
Dire team pick.
Very, right? That voice.
God. Like, you know, I'm now 6'7" based on the predictions webcam, so you know really where hit that.
Count the voice, man. Production's doing well.
I haven't had any drink this morning, right? I'm sorry, lads. I'm having a sip now. I'm having a sip.
I think he just actually like
10 seconds remaining.
You know, maybe on a few inches, you know, maybe bigger on cam, maybe
5
a little
seconds
bit.
remaining.
It's probably coming.
Yeah, he knew it was part of the contract. As my napkin.
Gotta bigger. Put my
Winky face.
yeah.
Anyways, entering the second phase, any band that stand out to you, Blizzard? Anything spicy or just
Radiant
generic?
team pick.
Man, like there's everything happening here. Division 2. I'm not surprised by anything. Maybe Poke
What an
Gaming.
oracle.
Yeah, like Poke Gaming. They banned out the Primal Beast, which is nice versus the Lina.
10
Like, I'm
seconds
surprised that
remaining.
someone's actually putting in the effort to ban out Pango. It's a
5
hero that's
seconds
completely
remaining.
ignored in Division 2. Like, it's picked every now and then, but banned, like, most of the time. YBB go for the Rubik. Yeah, I feel like if you... Only the better teams in this region in Division 2 pick everyone else and shies away from
Radiant
from
team
goal
pick.
forward.
I feel like Poke's got like one of the best bans that I've seen against the second phase, which is Mars. I don't think many teams have actually tried to utilize Mars yet, but
Dire team pick.
imagine throwing down arena and then your BKB Lina at high range now has to like walk into an arena. And like, on top of that, you got the whole Mars Phoenix combination, but I just don't think teams in any part of the world have like correctly utilized arena to deal with how good Lina is.
Yeah,
So
it seems
I respect that. But
Teams tried in Division
10
1, right? And then
seconds
they
remaining. Yeah, a
got
couple times.
crushed. Yeah, they shied away from it. I
5
guess.
seconds
the bad team
remaining.
can bring the rest of the world.
Yeah, but Mars in Division 2 is actually having a really good win rate, so there's that. Not necessarily into Lina, but overall, YBB they have a Marcy already. So I suppose that's gonna be their offlane. They're gonna pick up like carry in the mid laner right now. But what's up with the Dawn? Okay, the Prophet can be off. Dawn is what the support here, I suppose.
Just probably some 5 position Dawn, I guess, just to protect this Lina. There's a lot of jump. I think YBB like some
Radiant team back.
type slot of the line, just because I think as soon as Marty finds this Lina, having a carry that can also in a split second reposition super against. I think Morgan's honestly been one of the better ones against this lineup. Not a lot of kill potential.
10 seconds remaining.
So yeah, I think that could be a good option down the line. Coral,
5 seconds
really high
remaining.
pacing here. And like now you got this Moss, BKB
Dire
by 20,
team back.
keep light,
Radiant
and
team
Vestal.
back.
It's going to be a lot of pressure coming from these heroes. Yeah, already planning out the jumping heroes.
So we've seen 4 Dawn breaks so far. One was
Team back.
ran by YBB, and Cloud were the other 3 Dawn breakers. Still trying a 50% win rate, though, even though Cloud made it twice.
Radiant
Yeah,
team
still pretty
pick.
good. Like a lot of ways to itemize. If you're a support, you're probably getting the Ags or whatever. Get that extra utility for your team. I mean, I just want to see Poke get anything that jumps on top of YBB, like Storm, Ember, and there's one more left in the pool. Just grab it. I
10
don't care.
seconds remaining.
Like, get a hero that gets on top of Kotl, gets on top of Ruby. Is Quap in the
5
pool or is she
seconds
banned out?
She's available right now.
Dire
Okay,
team
so-
pick.
I've always been screaming for Kunka. Oh, yeah, whatever. They Puck. Like one time teams are gonna pick Kunka against Coddle and realize how big of like broken it is because you farm as quick as Coddle. Never allow a speedy old man to run away. But luckily they picked
10
another hero that can
seconds remaining.
localize fights with the Puck. So yeah, I think Poke they have a pretty
5
well-rounded
seconds
lineup.
remaining.
But I think the speed that YBB can play has to be respected.
I love Poke draft. It looks damn solid. Maybe the only thing from my personal preference would be to exchange Dawnbreaker for something different at 5. I'd rather have Dying, something like that, but sure, Dawn works too. Meanwhile, especially with the Puck, like it makes. Meanwhile, IVB last carry, eh? Like, what are we getting here? Comes to play the game fast, maybe like the Slark, or just Ultra with some snipers or drows or.
I kind of want something which goes. I don't know. I just like seeing these heroes which play with Marcy very well.
Prophet? Oh, he's banned out
He's
first,
banned.
of course. Yeah.
That's the YBB respect first phase ban. Yeah.
What have YBB been playing in the Play a bit of Naga.
A bit of Morgling, bit of Lycia, bit of Ursa. I still slightly lean to Morgling,
They've
but
been given profit so many times.
yeah, it was filthy. BTC started and they forced out this ban in the first phase, but after like third or fourth
Drow
series.
Ranger. Choose your
They go
hero.
with the drow. Yeah, it just.
Okay.
I mean, I don't like it that much, to be honest. Like, I did call for it, but I still feel that Lina is better here. Like, you picked the drow to kind of match the same play style. But overall, I think YBB will win this game, but Gaming's draft better. I think their draft is way more solid. like it. Oh damn!
Damn, boys.
Damn. What's up now, Tigo?
Oh, shit. Alright, Happy, we can talk about this in the break, alright? Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay, I'm back.
I think I fell on this dresser. I really like Pokemon.
Tell me who's gonna win, Tigo?
I think
And
YBB.
don't you be wrong.
YBB, alright, YBB. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Back to you, then, man.
Thank you. YBB so far undefeated here in Division 2. Can they keep the run up? Draft saying maybe not, but the matchup saying oh definitely yes. That's just looking too damn good to fail at the moment, and Poke unfortunately have been a bit of an underdog. Maybe they can pull it off, but let's find out. We've got MLP and GeForce into game number 1.
Thank you so much, man. We are going to get into game number 1 here between these two teams. Jonathan, you heard the panel. I mean, they didn't have the faith in the draft of Poke, but when it comes to going up against YBB, I mean, you've got this drafting matter.
Burns, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think YBB is still going to be the favorite. I personally think they can pull it off this kind of draft. There are a couple of holes that can really push here. Like just having Lena versus Phoenix is pretty awkward for ZZQ to apply. You do have some way to run the egg, but it goes both ways. You don't really want to focus your attention on the egg as Lena. At the same time, there's nothing to protect the egg, really. Maybe a Willow Mist down the line from 7E if he does get the axe up and running. That could be one way kind of get things going your way. You could also try to steal the Flame Coil on Charming. That be done. There are ways of trying to focus your team fight here, but a little bit harder for YBB. For them, it's all about pacing.
Santai aja, bestie.
Would drought and apple. Hearing the invitation as always.
It's cleaver time!
Fun, Dixie, Mikey. But yeah,
I think it does.
they've got to play this pacing on
That
YBB.
wasn't
Just
too bright.
get this early start in 7E, connect with your Trow for the push on mid, low, and just kind of go from there. Shut down the map, prevent the Lena from farming.
See how it pans out. YBB against Poke. Game number 1. YBB currently undefeated Poke. I mean, obviously looking to get some win for the belt to still be in the running, try and get to that upper division slot if we can. But it's looking very rough right now, to be fair. Well, look. The Drow pretty far forward, not looking like he's getting punished with this. Gonna be just fine to back off. Meanwhile, towards the south, looks like he ought to get punished just a little bit, but is going to be able to hobble away just fine. See if they really want to fight this, because it seems like YBB must be happy to oblige. Already kind of setting up on the top side of the rune spots, rather the top side of the river.
That was hot.
Wait to see if somebody does fall into the trap.
That was hot.
Aaron, the man that may do it. You're gonna have 7E there as well. Questioning from Lou, but underneath an observable, it seems like they've got enough info now. They won't sure, unless they throw more bodies at them.
The battle
Which they just
begins.
might force the fight, knowing they have the vision here, rather than the vision of as a loop through. The Drow gonna be just fine, Anpu down. Never run himself, cops a fair bit of damage. That's kind of the thing about going against Coddle level 1, just so much damage can be dealt.
Beast bump! Beast bump!
Sorry.
Yep. We've seen it before, we've
doesn't
seen
it?
particularly see Love's first blood for that couple of there. Not gonna get it this time around, but the damage is significant, and that does at least give him an equal bounce to the trade. The mid, looking up 7E on the Coddle. We haven't seen Coddle mid a couple of times now. I actually think a bit more from Britain's have been up. The main matchup against Puck is pretty decent. Like, you will be farming up. Puck's not gonna be able to stop. You can always start out you or you're not under threat for the waiting rift stuff to small with how far you can stand on that keeper. So you can just excel into that travel turn timing, make that space happen on the map. The one thing Poke have is really good rotations from Aaron. So if Aaron can leave his top lane at the point, gets solo EXP going for Killa when he's lost, you could for that early opportunity onto Copper while he's vulnerable.
Absolutely. Top lane, Aaron trying to get involved right now. Big funding. Trying to back his way out. Pop a fair bit of damage there from the Ranger as well. It's kind of the hard thing about this lane for the top, right? Is you're against two range heroes, and well, against the Drow Rubik, it's never going to be very fun to try and close the distance with Killer as your laning partner. Hell, Killer going to try and trade a little bit of capacity with our Rubik, but be somewhat cautious because the Drow is involved, and suddenly you find yourself in a bit of danger.
The one thing for low here is that
Denied.
it's not under major threat until you maybe get the snowball shards up to level 3 timing for Aaron. For that point, it's no real easy for Killer to gap close onto low and look for a kill opportunity, trying to make his poke and prod with his range advantage as well. You should have a pretty stable lane for your Drow here. You're not getting zoned out. You'll hit the timing with your Wraith Band and Power Treads into probably your Dragonlance. And you're kind of set to go. Whether or not Low will want to join for a mid-shove in early on is a different question, but we have seen Drows more than willing to get that space going on the map early on.
The other thing, like the spot lanes, easy Q and beyond against Unfu down, of course, Lunfer. I think it should be a decent enough lane for the laner, but mind you, Beyond's having a better time right now on that offlane Marcy. Lunfu down that +5 Dawnbreaker as well. Like, I question what the hero does in this role. It just nerfs Celestial Hammer your sword, just makes it so it just has such a short range. Damage output is still kind of there for Ranfu now, but against Phoenix and Marcy, it does feel like it could go pretty wrong.
Yeah, it's all about whether or not you can land the Fire Spirits. Every time he does, you kind of take away the fight of the Lina and the Dawnbreaker in this lane. Early on, Fiery Spirits not going to be able to overcome that attack speed reduction. So you can control this in the first few levels very nicely and get a rebound off. If he well, easily burn through that Lina.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage being killed already. And for the kind of getting those warning shots from Beyond, just so cautious not to get caught by that rebound. Especially at the level 3 mark for these two heroes. Because both their damage goes up significantly at level 3. At least some of these spells, easy Q, but the Fire Spirits actually start dealing some damage level 3. See what Lunfer does, then they can jump in again with preemptive lead, but maybe they still have enough to kill if they do go for the aggressive in, but Lunfer is going to survive. I thought they would wait for level 3 on the Phoenix. Just for the level 2 Fire Spirits or even the Sunray if you really wanted it, but it seems like they will not.
I do like this move out. Get forcing resources onto Lunfer, forcing out the salve usage early on, so he gets a little bit of a reset, but he's running out of stuff to just stay in the lane. You've got a lot more left on YPB to keep playing that poke game. We're seeing at top, Aaron just chased away by Chun Mei. And again, this DP and Tusk lane needs levels as well. Same thing with YPB on their own off. The issue is you aren't to really soak up your own area. He's not able to get pulls. He's not going to just in the lane. He's just giving Killa solo EXP now, but as long as that level 3 stalled out here, not that snowball threat to gap close, you're not going to be able to get aggressive at low. And again, Drow, it flash farm relatively quick in the jungle, and its power spikes feel maybe a touch faster in terms of objective taking. So that is something to be mildly cautious about. For Killa's part, and he's still farming well. Aaron is up with a good shards here. No follow through.
Jump in, he's Q. Chase down here on the Phoenix. Breaker's gonna land, but oh well, the last strike doesn't at least. Easy. Still trying to run food down, or he hits Celestial Hammer in 3 seconds if he wants pop up. At least get a self cancellation out of this, but let's put the ward down for now. Q just gonna be able to run away and get full value out of the self, no issues. Very passive game so far between these two teams. 0 kills, 5.5 minutes in. Neither side, well, at least at the bot lane, they have been trying. And they are going to try again. Unfu, he's left alone. He comes Unfu down to try and help out. Unfu now might be able to try the turn, but not with ZZQ and the Fire Spirits who'll just leave them be. Here it comes again. Unfu down now being targeted by ZZQ. But as we see, they just don't have the damage up quite yet to actually kill.
Yeah, and when you do jump in with these two heroes, I didn't see us to clump that LFA. Still have a lot of windows there for Lunfer and for Unfu to connect our own spells, get some good damage up. Makes it hard to go for that all in. Still try to charge forward, but this slippery start.
Pretty far forward. Unfu doesn't have the mana. keep actually trying to chase down Beyond, but now he's the one in danger. ZZQ can pretty good dive in, and that's for well. ZZQ able to secure on the Phoenix, and it's just one of those things like Renfu down, just so confident to keep chasing Beyond, but literally has 0 mana in the cycle. Meanwhile, top lane, attacking now, gonna find himself before the chase is on. Aaron with a nice snowball is gonna allow him to move it. He can't take it out, not able to continue chasing his killer. Is gonna be able to zone him out with the Spirit Siphon. So the Drought have to watch his Rubik die. Nonetheless, 1-for-1 so far across the map.
Yeah, not the big losses in the world. That kill is a lot more important for YBB to follow. And got the Phoenix. Of course, they do need some EXP to get going. Not to say that Aaron finally hitting level 3 is any small thing. It's big. Killa has level 5,
So
level 2 Spirit Siphon. Yeah, they do with the rotation.
Very nice rotation from Sydney, securing the kill on the tunnel. It's one of the things with this hero, like you run to travel. He's running a 471 movement speed, and it's just kind of hard to run away from this guy now.
Yeah, it just goes back to that lane. And up against a Puck, you're just going to be able to farm equally. You basically out-farmed the Puck as well, poking into the camps when in between when it's shoved out. And just have this impact on the map. And make a lot of stuff happen. He's got money, Spirit to buy earn soon. It's heading bot.
Maybe they can find the call though, 70. He kind of ran from the start, but he's okay to back off, just barely. Ranfu now the one in trouble, and so is Lunfer. They really want the leader. They'll find the Dawnbreaker first for Lunfer, he's still trying, maybe turning back around to 70, but no. Won't land on Trek Array, but is still zoning them out just
Dire's
enough.
structures are fortified.
You get the leader out of there. Lunfer, he'll be okay with that. But I suppose you kind of avoid the worst case scenario here for the Sun Pro.
That's a pretty awkward TPM from 70 right in front. I'm fairly confident that gets some attention away. Does get in the end. There's a lot of room for poke up here with Killa to get going with the DP, though, and making any still balls, but taking towards mid.
Dire's
Low
top
actually
tower
died of the orb here. So they do find the Drow Ranger, but it may cost V on top. V gonna try and move away, can't get the Jordan off. It's taking too much time for the orb to travel. Oh, one, you kind of argue it was worth it for the Puck to get that kill, but keep in mind the Puck is currently second in net worth right now, so I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's not so well.
Yeah, the big kill is fine. Even though losing low is a big blow to YBB, this is a drought. It can still farm the jungle. Map control is still in YBB's way. Their top jungle might be a bit more exposed in the foreground, but everything else is still fair game. Or low, while
Radiant's
that
bottom
mid-tier
tower
one still
is under
stands.
attack.
The big thing you get for
Radiant
that is the
structures are
initial earn
fortified.
charge successfully. So you can fully commit kills now. It's going to be a little easier to punish the Lina, lift Lon first, overextending, additional DOT on top. Should be enough to clean up. And that's just that. That's like
Radiant's
straight for the
bottom
Spirit
tower
Vessel
is
afterwards.
under
A bit of a
attack.
shove down
Dire
front.
are
Was
scanning.
map. What B? They've got the kill. Not too much in net worth. Most of that is hanging in 7E. But you get the space going for B. The low. These heroes do escalate quite fast. Again, it doesn't feel like they need as much in terms of optimization for a
Radiant's
bit of a
bottom
mid-case
tower is under
explodes.
attack. Radiant's bottom
It's going to be
tower
alright here. I
is
thought they
falling.
might jump in for the Dream Coil, because they have 3 heroes mid lane, and they could still try. It just seems like they're afraid of the rotation couldn't come here and T1 mid tower. Might be, I mean, nobody was around, but I suppose you've ordered the TP's ready. How low? He'll survive. YBB farming the map. Poke will do the exact same thing. Both these drafts do tend to move a little bit slow until you hit them in timing. Both the down and the lane obviously going to want to farm quite a bit before they are going. And it seems like the teams respectively will do the exact same thing. Play the kind of slow game, buy their calls time, get those core items up, and be really ready for it. Now, it just seems like neither side's really too interested in moving out. You've got things like the Guiding Grace, perhaps on Killer, the Arm of Marcy. Plenty of items to come out before this mid game really hits.
I think for this, you would want to play around with some pick-off potential once Aaron does have a punch up. Just get a rotation out with your Dawnbreaker around, snowball on top of the shards. Doesn't take too long to delete the softer targets. Like say the Rubik, Charming's probably just a very easy go for a kill, but been playing pretty well just soaking top. You know, not throwing on a map, standing in the pre line, getting EXP towards 6. We'll smoke up here with V and Aaron. See if they find some net. Waller punches up here.
ZZQ. He's in position to break the smoke on the Phoenix. Aaron might run right into him. That's the target they really want, but might have no choice in the ZZQ. He'll tank the game. Or he'll pass the end or beyond. He'll be able to just quickly retreat out that. No support to tank the game, John. He's in a bit of trouble. You can always just go for a TP out, and there's nothing to cancel it.
There's one thing with the
That should help.
RBD. Once you lift off, and it's a fairly long pool across every level, you don't really have a way to stop him. 70 is a bit of danger though.
He might be the one that knocks you on run through down, going to be chased down, and when the Spirit Siphon's out, Ming it must be enough. You look at that, like that is going to mean it's just to get the kill. The problem is Ming has been caught out, but Egg will be dropped. It's a very far forward Egg. Rebound, it's not going to be the time. The buyback run through down, going to rejoin the team fight, taking down Beyond. That was really close to being a very, very strong pick from YBB. Had the rebound at it earlier, but not quite enough.
Just a little bit too late for response. Both are even dragging in for early on. They know they need this damage out here. And be able to find the tier 1 for the trouble and make the save in this team fight. And that is going to look a nice, easy pickup. So now they can start shrink jungle. The tanks can get nice for YBB. You've got a Coddle, you've got a Drow. Both of them do need build up. Even Marcy's build up as well, though. She like soak it from kills in the lane. Until these items are up, this is where you can't pick off game on Hope. You've got the Tusk, you've got the Dawnbreaker, you've got a Puck who's highly mobile. You have a lot of ways of just jumping forward first. Side of YB will go for a smoke play, but might just put out egg. See if they can.
Oh, run for he would be massive. Liberty does have the spirit for so long. With that solar blind, still not barely able to survive. They've got 7 either one to drop the keeper of the line. So even find the Phoenix. Jumping the only survivor here on the Rubik is going to try and walk his way out. Killer keeping up. Not going to bother trying. To lock down the Rubik, he will be just fine. That's massive though. Finding the mid Coddle, finding that support Phoenix. And Lunfer, he still walks out with his life intact.
Yeah, it's a awkward angle to force. Right? You're running in, you don't have these stunts in your ports outside of lift. You didn't have your Marcy around. Beyond is just again farming down bot. So your jump in angle was basically just use Urn and hope to burn someone down the solar button. And it's just not enough. It's still a TP point for Poke to get in the nick of time. And for YBB, maybe just a bit eager. And it's probably only Nova, but you still need the Marcy around in some form. At least they do find around for solo. Beyond showing us again how Marcy can just press R and delete a hero. Doesn't quite make up for losing 7E though.
It does not. These Beyond's getting close to BKB, and that's the big time for the Marcy as well, right? Like you can really jump in and confident you won't just get bursted down immediately. It's kind of the thing with the Marcy, like if he's allowed to just run around without being controlled, it's very simple to just burst down anyone you want with that unleash, no matter how much farm they have. Even that lean. 7E, though, like you kind of mentioned, John, he needs to get it back together a little bit here because he's fallen behind net worth, and his early kill attempts just have not worked out, even with the best luck. Killer just so confident to stand forward, on the bottom lane. Snowball's going to be committed to try to escape this gank attempt. BB will have full control over Aaron, and that'll be another kill to go the way of Beyond. And I actually like the fact that Beyond's finding these kills because, again, I think BKB timing is just so darn powerful when it comes to Mars.
It's key to the hero to have impact to the mid to late game, just setting for that snowball.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For YPB, this Marcy is everything they have to jump in. Start Phoenix, it's not the ideal. They're going for round 2, huh?
There's a low ground, they've got low, doing all the damage, it's going to be more than enough. It's a thing with Power Range, right? Like you pick up a dragon, he just hit like a truck and
is under attack.
Run through down. I suppose he is just a +5, so I think he could have done about it. But YBB, they kind of think it together. just grouping up together and making plays across the map. Love to see it.
We need to see them constantly apply. Just this constant pressure on the map, cut off any areas of farm. Salon for it to have to walk up
Radiant's
top
middle
that jungle.
tower is under
You don't have
attack.
vision here in YVB, so you can't really punish the Lina. But you're buying space out for a little. Reaching that point where you've got the shard, you're going to go into the hurricane fire. This here can just delete something like the DP pre-BKB so fast. Argent Greaves are up. Even that's not going to be enough to deal with hyperthermia plus the spirit on top of it. They staff that usage at the right time for YVB.
Not very fun to play, that's for sure. Very slight world lead right now for 1BB. We're in the stage of the game once again with teams more than happy to just sit back, farm some stacks and take it easy now. Like they just don't seem interested whatsoever in grouping up and trying to force any kind of fights. Maybe now that you've got the blinker on your puck, maybe set up with some nice stream calls for his team and follow up that way, but most players are just fine to sit back for now as bottom lane. Well, they might just lose their touch. Sometimes someone lose a bit of time here with the snowball. Doesn't have anything like a blink up. We'll get Icarus dived on by ZDQ. Still trying to get out. He's actually doing a nice job of juking. In fact, he might make it. Oh, he doesn't. Beyond barely gets there in time. They will get the plus.
These support pickoffs, again, not the biggest deal, but they are ramping up. As you mentioned, giving it to Beyond, he's almost done at this point. They should be able to start around that very soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He
attack.
gusted up there by low, which is why he wasn't able to run. But had you had a +1 there with a bit of control, you might have actually just had that kill. The gust from Drow just so powerful, even a level 1, 3-second silent duration. That very, very happy that puck gets safe. Trying for a bit of a push top lane, but you're always going to have
Dire's
7E
top
there
tower
to
is under
favor the
attack.
Illuminate. Real chances of happening. I suppose it's kind of the story here, right? Like, even if you find yourself in a great position where you can push high ground or push towers, as long as this coddle's alive, you're always going to have deep. Speaking of that coddle, done through down, you can lift it up. 7E, waiting for that spirit vessel. They weren't doing the job yet. Down still somehow alive, still running. But eventually has to drop. You even had Bill come in with the Guardian Greaves to try and keep him alive, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not quite enough. If you had his own way of maybe dispelling off the spirit vessel, would have been a little bit more effective, but you don't really have that. Unfortunately, like even a shard attack doesn't dispel it.
Radiant's bottom
very
tower is
annoying.
under attack.
It is what it is. It's still pretty even. I think what I want to see now from Poke is just go back playing around that pickoff you had with Aaron. We've seen them try this early on, then they just kind of stopped and went back farming. Here's a good build-up you can get out on your Puck DP, but with it, because I'll just talk when you're just not looking for simple pickoffs while the Tusk is just naturally strong.
nice little wood placement there by our Garrett. Yeah, a pretty deep ward in that dire triangle, although it seems like it
Radiant's
might just
bottom
be scouted
tower
very
is under
early on here
attack.
by Tian Ming.
Dire's middle tower is under
Top
attack.
lane, bit of a group up here from Pope. Loves to find them if you can. After this, and they've got a lot of damage to make sure he doesn't end up dying, and he's not beyond. Shows up, has his BKB, so he can definitely fight back, and already taking down run through death. Goes for killer on the death prophet. Just look at the damage. Low will find the dust, and Aaron eventually will just fall. Maybe now he doesn't master it. She's still healing up. Unleash is over at least, but they just can't deal with her.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nah. With the BKB up and running, you just have nothing to stop her. When she does initiate it, you blew a lot on Cobble as well. What's up?
I've seen that interaction, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt with the Rubicon counter. I didn't know Rubik's Cubes came out instead of Ghosts.
Yeah,
Radiant
it's
are
a bit
scanning.
funky,
Number
but
one.
I guess it's cute. It would be cuter if there were like cubes for some reason.
Oh.
You know,
Radiant's
Right.
top tower
They're
is under
nice.
attack.
being attacked by ghost cubes.
Rubicon.
Yeah, it was a big stuff Sean Vic. Then again, I mean, how did Killa not reuse stuff next walk? Maybe take it and right as TP came out, the time was just perfect. And well, you're gonna have Exo ready for a push if you do get it out. Like you have enough time for one more spell use here. That could lead to a lot of rejects and melting very, very easily. Considering just the team pressed YBB. Look at 7E. He's going forward to BKB into the Hex. He's got the BKB. It's next. Once you have the one piece of control, just to ensure he's held down, the follow through's there. John can put in work low, just show up, get some right clicks off. You've got the tools on hand and the 3K lead. You're in a pretty comfortable position for YBB to just hammer in more control on the map and keep trying to keep this Lina down for its full potential.
There is a bit of group on the lane for YBB. Obviously making sure all the waves are pushed out, and that's the smoke. All-man smoke up. Low, the only one that's going to be left behind. He might just follow his team. Though, position is going to break the smoke. Not really the target YBB wanted, but they'll be forced to take it, considering he does break the smoke. But now Roshan is opened up.
Dire's bottom tower
25
is
seconds
under
for the
attack.
4v5. YBB is going to trump this.
It goes really fast. You've got sidekick, you've got prow. It's really not going to take too long for that to happen. You do have some counterplay. There is that flank on you. Make something happen.
They're going to try and make it right. He's getting someone cutting out as well, but look, he's got the 8 supplement from the Ranger. Killer in danger, just getting hurt from the way. He just got deleted. Beyond Marty, it's such a problem. Like, jump it was just her versus the world. And she won. It's 3 down for the price of nothing for YBB as they even found the Aegis in their round.
They had the right idea. They played with these blocks in, but the timing just was a little bit off. And well, with a Hurricane Park, sends himself outside Roche, saves the Aegis for another usage. And you're 9-17, Reluna's forced to show up in these fights without the BKB. Just melt the out on YBB at the moment. It's getting a little tricky for Poke. I feel like he just didn't play hard enough when they were ready to go a little bit earlier, and they failed to punish Low just farming up. Instead, they were the ones being jumped. Aaron was kind of acting as instead of an aggressor, and it still gives them the same thing, like space for Lina, in a very different way. That you're not pressuring YBB for that space. And the payout for YBB is here. You can just go for these pushes. You've got the draw.
Radiant's bottom tower
really
is
doesn't
under
take too long
attack.
here.
Radiant
Absolutely
structures
doesn't.
are
It's
fortified.
now with the sidekick. It's going to be very, very handy there. Look. Of course, Towers can't get it. Very, very here. I wonder if there's ever going to be a patch again where Dragonlance doesn't allow you to just attack
Radiant's
out of tower
bottom
range.
tower has fallen.
I kind of doubt.
Dire's top
Seems
tower
like that's just
is
going to be
under
the thing.
attack.
Yeah, maybe
Radiant
it's
are
left
scanning.
Dragonlance, more of just having troops as well. But then again, I
Dire's
don't
top
want them to
tower
remove
is
that.
under attack.
Fun. Stuff like that. I missed the stuff. See, I'm not sitting right. I just pulled stuff.
Yeah. Well, why do your games go to 60 minutes anyway, John?
Radiant's
That's my
middle
question to you.
tower is under attack.
Get to play it, but when I do,
Radiant
I'm like, oh,
structures
I'd love a
are
ballista right now. We're casting it with Arc Warden. Oh boy, with the ballista,
Oh,
great. With Lina in the lane, oh man. Wouldn't Lina with a ballista make your day, Mikey?
I certainly would. Certainly would. Thanks for that. That's enough
Radiant's
from you.
middle tower is
P1
fallen.
tower is gone. It's fine. Well, Aaron, guys, ZDQ, on the top.
Radiant's middle
Hold on to the
tower
Vici
is under
tower.
attack.
Like, while this game has been really slow for YBB, they haven't taken their sweet time. It's very clean.
Radiant's
Like,
middle
and
tower
Team
has
Schmidt
fallen.
tower gone. Up lane, TP's coming in. They seem to be with that observer ward. Very sneaky placement, by the way. Low looking for a gust is going to see the puck, and the puck did not see him. Very, very sad. I think the sentry would actually expired as he was running up the stairs. He didn't see him in the Shadow Blade.
Wrong timing for the side of Poke. You mentioned YB playing passively. I honestly don't fault them. Their line should be playing a little bit more passive inside of like 70. who can be aggressive, and he was early on. It's more of a poke. This lineup there should be this slow. They should have been able to just play a lot faster with their Tusk timing, with this team fight
Radiant's
threat,
top
the
tower is under
Dawnbreaker
attack.
globally, with the Puck early on. You know, not a lot possible. Certainly not a winning lane, but it is possible.
Radiant's top
So
tower has fallen.
because of that missed tempo, now you're dealing with that stronger 20 to 30 minute
Radiant's top tower is
rising
under
action.
attack.
I mean, you still have Alina. Yes, Gleipnir, Dragonlance working onto the BKB. It just feels like he's going to need a lot more on top of it. Like, her can't just yet. Traveled on top of it.
Got it.
More time.
Radiant's top
Monster needs
tower
to
has
become.
fallen.
And it's Lina's up for him. If you don't never get that space out, then none of it matters. All
Dire's
that
bottom
salt's for
tower
nothing.
is under attack.
Thing as well, like you get the PK up, then you still get the beyond. Beyond can just jump
Radiant's
the
top
back the
tower is
rebound
under
and
attack.
he can pretty much solo this lane if he gets close enough to this rate. Batter up, BKB up, like there's not really much stop beyond anymore. If he closes the gap and he has one he wanted Lunfer, it could actually go his way. Pretty easily, in fact. You can just kind of perma-bash the lane.
Dire's bottom tower is
Top,
under attack.
low. Gonna keep the wave pushed out. Already they have all the outer towers. No other structure to go for here to the side of YBP. They could just wait for the next Roshan because Aegis is about to expire in about 10 seconds. They won't have that available for a high ground attempt. Seems like YBP will just casually wait that up. But now you do have a Silver Edge on low as well, so more damage on this.
Dire's bottom
added
tower
break
is
ability.
under attack.
The
Dire's
team
bottom
behind
tower
looking
has fallen.
quite lost as to how this is mid lane. He's gonna show up. Aaron, go for it, my ball, but
Oh boy.
blink dagger up. Though, can't reach him. Even with the rebound, they could not get within range. So never mind, Aaron's fine.
Look at this smoke. So
Not on Now Rubik, Solar Guardian, not gonna do enough. Ouch. He was starting to take the ward as well. I mean, I guess they just oh, it's just so tough to watch.
yeah, if you throw down ramp and Lucius waiting for you there, it's like, all right, perfect. And now you have the full
Radiant's
side
top
up
tower
for
is
Saki.
under
He's
attack.
performing this entire. He has not been showing up in these fights. He's got some control.
Radiant are scanning.
He backs off in the nick of time. So now you have your hard lock for the puck.
I mean, he's really made this snowball shot. It's very annoying when it comes to a Rubik. Like, you can just keep initiating with snowball live.
Radiant's
Not
middle
much you can do
tower is
about it.
under attack.
There's not much you can do with this high ramp jump. Look at it.
Radiant's top tower is under
I always
attack.
find funny when Drow play this because look at projectile speed. It's technically low momentum, but it sure
Radiant
amounts to buildings when
structures are fortified.
Hey, look at
Sure
it.
does.
It's so slow. It's so slow. And meanwhile, Lena's like a machine gun. But it will get melts.
Radiant's middle barracks has
Drow's is the
fallen.
funniest one. Like, yeah.
There we go. Killer. The vessel is there. The snowball out as well. Looks like a block down the deep. Killer. He still survived just for a little bit, but not for long. Run food now. He's going to be okay to that. That big Rax can do the same. It must stand there and take the punishment of the arm. Speaking of punishment, he's a the leader. Look, is gone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Run food down. The only rule surviving along
Radiant's
with
middle
Vici.
barracks has fallen.
Lara's voice lines.
Radiant's bottom
Okay,
tower
they come
is
out.
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Like,
Radiant's
when you
bottom
drink well, you
barracks
believe
are
Mexico.
under attack. Radiant's bottom
Don't really have much team left here. And he's gone. Sheer output. Jeez.
Big gets caught. Being very annoying.
Radiant's bottom
Gonna be a secondary
barracks
line of
has
rats. Of course, if they want, they can just go for the third. Looks like Alex played a little bit safe, but it's just about pushing out the top wave. Bo is just going to run right towards the tier 3 because it can't hang back anyway.
Radiant's top tower is under
Very,
attack.
very enough. There comes a point where one towers should just move. You know, like towers should get big enough to start
Radiant's
moving.
top tower has fallen.
This is just a consistent problem and Dota for a while. Again,
Radiant's top tower
I'd like to
has
remind everyone of good old Finch used to give you attack,
Radiant's
range,
top tower
range heroes with TA.
now has
Mask. That was a very fun time. I'm not sure if you... Maybe if you're a tower up the range with no creeps around it, it's not king should have like a secondary backward thing where it just throws a mat rock, stuns you once every like, I don't know, 10 seconds.
Dire team ban.
But I want to ask you something actually. Tiga, you know, we have a rite of passage here when people come into poke games. Can you please try to pronounce the
Radiant
carry
team
player's
ban.
name?
Yeah. On first says, I guess.
Okay, a little weak on the end there.
Dire
but
team
not, how's it
ban.
compared to my national speaking list?
I actually prefer T-Ghosts.
My sister's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I tried. I gave it I gave it
You tried, but you didn't.
Alright,
Sounds
just give me your...
10 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
gee.
Radiant team
Alright, give me
ban.
your best attempt of saying it.
It I need to find is the game. Ah,
No worries,
okay.
You got it.
L'enfer, c'est le haut.
Do we not do the RES again? I thought it was Entrée.
Entrée.
10 seconds. Dire team pick.
L'enfer.
What does it
Radiant
mean, guys?
team pick.
Hell, it's other people.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, actually went down about this. A famous French actor, that's it, philosopher, playwright kind of guy who's just a pretty smart dude. Bit of a edgy
Dire
character,
team
but very
ban.
cool. I liked reading about his life during one of the downtimes we had. Let's get into these openings then. YBB gonna start things up with the Nature's Prophet Ricky. Meanwhile, Poke Gaming are going for Tusk and the
Radiant
Snapper.
team ban.
Pretty ordinary players coming out from both of these guys. Yeah.
Ricky Profit on YBB, yeah.
I think if you pick up this Nature's Prophet, if you let YBB have this Nature's Prophet, you have a better answer than Tusk Snapfire. That would be my hot take to start this one.
You gave them the Prophet, Ricky.
10 seconds remaining.
So it's not only that you gave them the Prophet, you gave them one of the
5
best heroes to
seconds
play
remaining.
around the Prophet, play the game with him, set up kill across the map, scout for him. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Poke Gaming, not gonna lie. For real.
That actually hasn't happened, Lizard, until you just said it, by the way.
Radiant
I've
team
not actually
ban.
had that for months, and I felt great. Felt like I'd really come through the other side.
Kind of weird, Lizard. Okay.
Okay, on a stack. Anyways, I didn't even realize, but YBB, when I was looking through the Dota buff, like playing open qualifiers, close qualifiers, and this, like they are on a 21-game win streak, and of course,
10
the
seconds
quality
remaining.
of teams they play will obviously progressively get better from open qualified,
5
close
seconds
qualified
remaining.
too, but it is still something to hold down a 21 game streak. By the way, that isn't like they've not just dropped a single game in best of 3.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, that's a real clean stat. And so we're going to continue it. Of course, G Gaming on February 19th tomorrow will be the spicy series of the entire tour. But yeah, impressive stuff
10
nonetheless.
seconds remaining.
In regards to openings,
5 seconds
don't mind
remaining.
Poke's response to the phase for the Snapfire. It feels like a bit of a weak pick in this position. If anything, it's okay for the game, but because they're not putting it in the core roles, at least in the previous Div 2 games, it's like, is it just a casual support snap? And you're giving away to one of his best heroes. Like they'll probably pick Phoenix in this phase, and then it's like the trifecta of why YB is so dominant.
Trifecta.
Bam.
I love
Like
that.
that.
I like that. Yeah. And look at them batting out. Why does Poke not snatch up the hunt down the Prophet? You know, these summons. Why ban them? Keep them. Embrace them. Take them.
Maybe they want Primal. A Primal. That's the one thing which can save them. They don't pick Primal. They've lost.
They've lost.
I don't.
Some fair
Radiant
analysis to
team
be.
ban.
Yeah. Okay. What position are they
Radiant
playing the
team
primal?
pick.
They playing in the
Dire
offlane?
team
I don't
pick.
care.
Carry.
Oh
no.
It's over. It's absolutely over.
2-0.
Oh, no, again, why would it be? They're just they dropped some confidence in this just their mid pick. They now get to
Dire team
see 2
pick.
heroes before they lock in
Raid
5, and I
Drow
love that. Some Chinese teams, I think specifically PSG, hold back their position 5 until the second phase. Just to make sure that they have that perfect lane. Cool.
Damn, they stole the primal. That's really good versus the prophet, right? Like glass cannon destroyer, and then
10
they the
seconds
glass cannon
remaining.
play into it's a primal beast. So I
5
mean, Draw can
seconds
kind of
remaining.
defend herself.
Dire
There's
team
cast,
bad.
so that's kind of neat. But oh, Ricky Tree and all right, these boys are be missing a little bit of damage coming from their supports. Like there's a lot of setup, not a lot of damage. But perhaps they can sort it all out with
10
their last pick.
seconds remaining.
Probably will be the offlane, right? Prophet safe lane. Offlane last
5
pick.
seconds remaining.
They can find it, but Bo Gaming, like their draft overall isn't bad too. Like I do like it. They have like some solid utility coming from the Marcy for the draw. Like, you have rush taking capabilities, objective taking. Like overall, it's not too shabby.
Yeah, I'm tempted to agree with you. Like, although I didn't really like the openings, I do feel like Poke have kind of, they've got a lot of front line to protect the Stroud with. They've got a lot of stuns on the catch to get on top of this Prophet. But at the same time, we've seen this a few times before against the YBB Prophet, and it is undefeated. I know the entire team is undefeated, but this has been one of the heroes they've been relying on the most. So putting the
Radiant
most
team
powerful
back.
team in their most comfortable hero. It just feels
Dire
like a
team
huge flex
back.
from Poke. It just feels like kind of David versus Goliath here, and they're like, you can have your Prophet.
Yeah. I feel like
Radiant
Poke, at
team
least,
back.
they rely heavily on finding things in the lanes to help them. Because if they try and sweep across the map and make plays that they lack to do in game 1, imagine this Marcy previously be jumping
Dire
in,
team
jumping onto a
pick.
living armor hero into a smoke screen where your damage is going to be. And then same thing for Tusk, you're a physical damage jumping hero that hits one hero. So I'm a little bit worried for Poke that in the entry to the mid game, it's Mortimer Kisses versus the world in regards to their damage. I've seen
10
how
seconds
strong
remaining.
Ricky and Tree will be to keep the cause alive. So it's a mid pick for Poke.
5 seconds
Wait,
remaining.
no, offlane. Wait, offlane Drow, mid Tusk. I mean, it's maybe even support. They're just picking support here. I don't know, it's an uncomfortable pick actually, because I kind of want them to pick another damage dealer to like poke out some of these spells from YV so they can allow Tusk and Marcy to jump in after, but it feels like they're setting up for
Could be Tusk,
Radiant
it could be
team
Tusk
pick.
support,
Face the light.
depending what they want. They get the
another
pawn.
Dawn.
4 ladies on the side of Poke.
Yeah, cool.
Really cool. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. Like Dawn, I have no idea. Like, are they putting her on support at the core?
10
What are they
seconds
doing here?
remaining.
It could be like just Dawn and Draw, right? Like Draw lane
5
plus
seconds
Dawnbreaker on
remaining.
top lane.
Yeah, Lizard's analysis aside, I just worried that they're not going to be able to do anything on this draft. I'm just worried that like this Tusk
Choose
is
your
going to
hero.
jump in, and again, I just don't see the damage, so I'm a little bit worried. I don't know if they can get online, like they did in the last game at least, up to the 20-minute mark. And
Yeah,
for YBB, 70 Ultra again. This guy was a machine the last time I saw him do this.
I really think this is exactly the type of a hero they needed from the mid lane. Like Earth Spirit brings so much value, like from a core position when it comes to like the magic damage. Like you just scale much faster, and they pack a ton of damage on their side, so they get that. I like it. I don't know, like Tiga, Poke. Maybe you can play with the Tusk Snap. Like there's some place. Marcy, if she gets good lane, they need to get good lanes, right? Like if the lanes are even, they're gonna get crushed in the mid.
Yeah, I think Poke set themselves up to have to be the team that was active, and in game 1 they had a start that enabled them to do it. They didn't do anything really that successfully. So I'm skeptical they will have the correct playstyle to unlock this type of draft. And then YBB's got like comfort after comfort after comfort. Like, this is a difficult game for them too. For the side of Poke, I think YBB should have a always down for underdogs.
Absolutely. Maybe they can pull it off. Maybe they can pull it off here, Poke, but it seems tricky. If you get a small advantage, the map is just going to feel horrible to play. You've got Ricky combined with so many of these long cat heroes, you know, pretty much all 3 of their cores can be anywhere at any time with the they have. Really bad if they do fall behind at any point.
It's cleaver time!
They can pull it off. Let's find out what lovely cusses off Mike and Joel.
Thank you so much, man. We will get into game number 2 between Poke and, of course, the side of YBB. Jonathan,
It's cleaver time!
you know that gets me excited. What are you thinking about these drafts?
I like what BB's draft a lot. Your
Right.
Drow here is going to have a lot of issues. It's a lot of jump to get on top of her. It's a lot of ways to punish the Drow. There is counterplay down the line. You know, when you get a blink up on V, you've got if you've got your own reach with Killa, Morrissey. I just think BB's draft is more forgiving. Even ignoring how he played this team in the last game, which was pretty fantastic. So that's just
30
easier to
seconds
pull off.
to battle.
Good luck, have fun to the Aaron apparently. HHM is getting good luck, have fun as well. There you go, Jonathan. Very, very friendly between these two. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. I feel like this YBB draft is so aggressive, so good at closing the gap. And because you're going to Drow as well, so he's probably not going to have the greatest game in the world. He'll run right into low. And of course, Chiang Ming is going to try and go for the fight with the displays out. He does have some backup on the way. Ranfu Dao trying to catch up, but Chiang Ming ensuring he's slowed up. Actually takes away the bounty route as well. So it's still a 3-for-1 in the favor of YBB. Low and Chiang Ming just able to secure their own bounty regardless of the outnumber.
Yeah, they just get the numbers off low. It's good blocks off as well with Nature's Call Treants. You just managed to run away, so the kill threat isn't there. To reset a little bit, and it's not a great feeling for the side of Poke at the same time. I do appreciate that they want to play more aggressive. Their standard lineup has to play a bit quicker. We saw Drow last time. You've got to run fast. You just take over these lanes. Oh, he's blocking by his own treats.
Uh-oh, low. Try and juke out of the tree line. Looks like he will be able to TP back towards his tier 1 tower. Keep in mind he has 0 regen available at the moment though. We'll have to rely on Tianming giving him some tangos over. And we'll be able to do just fine. Try to get as much damage in as they can early on here against the Nature's Prophet, and I suppose you can't really disagree with that.
No, it's the right play. Right, this is the moment where this Ricky lane is not going to be its strongest. Early levels for Ricky. First 2 levels, you feel pretty atrocious. So they need to punish low while he lacked any way of cutting him off with Sprout, allowing him to reset the teleportation. They do a good job. They aren't really stopping low from farming though. He is still able to stand back once he has the spacing and get the farm that he needs. And he did manage to get himself tangos. Does manage to reset quite nicely. If you do manage to hit like level 3 nicely, or even just level 1 to put the cookie up, you get a rebound up. You could go same play again and maybe end up with more success. They again just need to keep applying that pressure because this draft has to move fast for Poe.
Certainly so. Of course, you just saw a very nice onslaught coming up beyond, just getting his way out on that situation he was in. Meanwhile, bottom lane, bit of a rebound in from Killer. Too much low, completely avoided it. You just found this slants from Polaris. You love it. Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of a fight over the water runes here between 70 and V. So V does pick up one seems to have already taken. That's gonna mean much. Top lane. Maybe a bit of a plan to ZZQ now as Ranfu Dao for a tiny chase. Hammer looking for a star break onto ZZQ. Probably not come out as much. Meanwhile, mid lane 70 being cased out a little bit with the shot. It is going to be fun. It's all about trading some harass. ZZQ, top lane, is still being chased down by Ranfu Dao. And he's fighting back now. Ranfu Dao, the one that needs to quite literally run. ZZQ will chase him down, but he doesn't have any balls to throw out.
Dyer's courier has been
Both
killed.
support just going ham, even finding a courier of Lonfer now.
It's a nice little tick. Could have probably gone for the kill with Lynch Seed, but they're going for Lonfer instead.
Oh wow, no, it's a much bigger Lonfer is going to get taken down very easily by Beyond.
The tree.
Ranfu down. It's kind of one of the things about the positive breaker. If you don't dominate the lane, it doesn't really do much. That still think is going to happen this game because Ranfu down, I mean, he's out of mana. He's up against a Tree Protector and a Primal Beast. I just don't understand what kind of impact the Pos 5 Dawn can have here.
Yeah, it's do as much. Ron Fu still running around as well. Going in for the 4-minute water rune, looks like he's sitting up and scouting out if there are any stacks. That's just going to give more room for ZZQ and for Beyond to maybe get on top of Lon Fur if he's not careful. And the draft's so susceptible in
Radiant's
this lane as
courier
well.
has been killed.
Nice little quick snipe release from Dawn. Can run through
Bye,
down, just
Lunfer.
pick the line off, but Lunfer is gonna drop. So he buys himself the T2 power. Problem is, his round gets taken out, and ZZQ's now tipping Lunfer.
I mean, they saw him. That's the thing. Like, ZZQ saw him dip into the triangle, and he walked back and knew that the Dawn wasn't walking back with him, so they could just jump the drow, take her out. She doesn't have TP back as well. She's walking back with his smoke. Both of them are walking back with smoke, trying to make his way elsewhere. Every lane feeling so good for YBD at the moment. We are getting more CS on V, but
Bunting for you.
overall, if V can't do anything, that's slight advantage he has, and if he doesn't get any connections when he gets sick, then it really won't matter with how well the other side lanes are going for YBD. The start on Beyond's gonna set up well. You're gonna have a pretty good timing into your Maelstrom here for low. And the push can start kicking in when 70 is ready to rotate. And that's an Earth levels here, Mike. It's gonna be pretty scary to have that show up on the sideline.
It certainly will. Oh wait. In fact, bottom lane, actually across the whole map, Lunfer is going down top of the Drow Ranger again. Oh, you know, you pick Drow, you see Primal Beast on the other side, you know you're in for a bad time. You're in for such a bad time, and this lane has gone as bad as you could have possibly thought. Oath, you know, is Lunfer. This Primal is doing everything constant. I can't say the same with the bottom lane. Like, Killer's gonna try and go after low, but I don't think they have damage. No, that 6, the Queen is there, the smoke screen's gonna come out. Low's still on the run, the mischance. Oh, and now the Sprout. Killer still chasing, has disposed up in just 3 seconds. He might get the kill.
Autumn comes
Still trying to run, is gonna go
Radiant's
down.
bottom tower
Coming,
is under attack.
can't do much to help out. He's gonna try and at least kill off Killer, but Rebound is there. He might go down to boot. Smoke screen out. He is still trying. He fixed the trade, but no, the hits. The hits. Oh, he finally gets him. Aaron, I believe all the tricks the trade hits.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Freebie, he comes low. Freebie, we'll see. Aaron, the cookie away. He's gonna be correct. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, 7E. He's gonna find it down. Seems like the snapper is just fine. Very active game number 2.
Start podcast to game 1 where it really went off to a slower start. This time 7B YBB has the draft that wants to play pretty damn quick and also want quick, but they're just not able to respond properly. CCQ just walked
Oh, yeah, he literally just casually walked in. Magnetite at least has been wasted. But oh, that's why they wasn't wasted. It actually was the whole time. So V's gonna drop. Aaron, very nice. He has literally no. He's gone in on a solo mission for Aaron. The mission has been failed, soldier. He is gone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And that push kicks in here, Mike. Blow goes up. Shove onto the mid one. This takes too long to melt that down. No response from Poke. I mean, all they can do now is get what they can on their sideline. On long furrow. See it? He's still solo. He's still vulnerable. At least he has the guts. Away.
7E's there, John. 7E's there. Kick back onto the trowel. It's not bad. I mean, I'm enjoying it because I'm an Earthspirit fan myself, John. This is great news for me, but for Lon Fur, he's had a really bad time.
It's not a good. Right now, your lane matchup doesn't work out. You're not able to really leverage your Dawnbreaker support.
Dire's top tower
That's
is
some
falling.
spots right now. It's gotta be
Right, his Killer's gonna cop it. He's just there. Beyond picking up his 5th kill of the game, 5-on-1, picking on mid lane. He actually just doesn't stop. He's being chased down the tusk. 7 literally just leaves him for courier. He literally just kills the courier. He could roll in right now, but he's still waiting. Easy still chasing him down to the tree. Nature's Wrath gonna fly right through the tusk. 7E, do you want to go, sir? It seems like he does. He's low on bolt. Meanwhile, right into Aaron. And Aaron, well, he just can't do anything about it. There's just nothing to be done.
And you have to appreciate just how great the rep from YGB did. Oh no.
Over on his mid lane, also actually killer. He brings up the elite with the launch, he also killer. He's gonna try for this, maybe can find Beyond, but Beyond is just continuing. Oh, Beyond, he just doesn't care. Ranfu down, running away again. V's gonna show up the Walrus Punch. CZQ at least doesn't go down, but that's your pulse 3 Marcy. For a position 4 Treant.
Dire's
This
middle
Primal
tower
Beast
is under attack.
walked away. That's just such a sad sight to watch.
Bounty.
Yeah, it's a 6K lead at 9. This is close to one of the biggest we've had sub 10 minutes here as well. Yeah, we've seen a little bit bigger in an absolute 0 stop. This is up there, man. Again, it goes back just it.
Magnetize refresh, and then he hesitates wrong. A nice block there from Ranfu down. Magnetize is still going. Lunfer, he's going to be okay to survive 2 big damage unless he goes back in. Oh no! The switch connected.
Santai aja, Besti.
I saw it in slow
Radiant's bottom tower
motion. I saw it in
is
slow
under
motion when he
attack.
started walking up. I was like,
Yeah.
no, please get out of there.
He wanted it so bad. He went for the multi-shot. Again, I want to point out, this is down. I want to say a lot of it's actually on draft, but Ricky is just magical.
Dire's middle
Ricky
tower
into
is under
Marcy,
attack.
Tusk, Onbreaker. These are sports that are, these are heroes that want to be in your face. Smokescreen just ruins you.
Oh,
You just have no counter.
70's in again. Aaron's going to drop to low. The 3 now, 7K advantage. This is one-sided if I'm the team. I mean, it doesn't get much more one-sided than this.
No, this is.
He's gonna be play. Why are you gonna do him like that? Run for me, he just can't catch a break.
He's had a rough game. He's got to farm it. Look at John Ming. Checking around, looking to see if there's an opportunity. No sentries yet. I mean, there's a sentry up there to watch at least. Obs. Let's get the obs from some. Still got vision in the area. It doesn't really matter. Like, you're at the point where you have so much farm. Just do what you want here.
Beyond lost vision there for a moment. He was looking for a pulverize on his monster. Killer, Killer's still there. Rebound, unleash. He's not half the damage. Killer's right behind him. Killer's still trying, but my god, Beyond. And now 7E right on target. Finds Aaron. Has magnetized. He wants to. Won't bother though. They don't have to force to follow up. Meanwhile, the bottom lane. Who they? Oh no, not Lunfer. Leave Lunfer alone. Lunfer has had enough on this drought. He's gonna quill him. He's gonna do okay. Snow split. We're gonna try and find it. Not the profit. The big one. No. It might just save the day. No, the drought. Oh no, he gets out. Gus and Lunfer. No, Lunfer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lunfer, why? You tell me. You analyze these plays. I don't know what to say anymore. This growl, I just feel so bad.
I think of a recovery plan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Recovery plan.
Dire's
Recovery plan.
structures
Stall
Financial plans to John X5.
Stall for 3 minutes. Invest heavily on
Dire's bottom
draft,
tower
and I hope
has fallen.
the financial future for your team goes into green. That's probably your best bet. You've got to cut your losses somewhere. You need to get long per game. And boy, they still find some pickups. Hasn't really clomped up on the aggressor. Again, the same story as game 1. They're not the aggressors. They're not the ones to run up. Can. But they got +6 again and run Ranfu.
They grouped up now, Poke. I mean, they're realizing
Yeah.
the strength in numbers. Like, they look screwed up mid lane. 70, that's a big part, except if he rolls away. He's fine. That's
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wait.
Santai aja,
He's up.
Besti.
Where did I go?
They're gonna get a freebie on the tier 2. One from PuckChamp showing. They could drop. They clump with the team, but it's very defensive clumping up. They're still not confident enough to jump in first. I get why you're 10k behind the true team.
Dire's middle tower
But
is
you've
under
got to play
attack.
like you've got some power. You know, you need to force some opportunities out when none is showing. Maybe go for a Hail Mary smoke or something.
Radiant's middle tower
I mean, they
is under
moved up
attack.
top lane. They could try to defend. It's still
Dire
looking pretty
are
rough
scanning.
for them, but maybe they can find the opening.
Dire's turret has been killed.
No. Onslaught forward with you from beyond. He has no fear in the world right now. The front piece may have found the off-lane basket. He's holding 9 million pairs. They can still keep trying, but Overgrowth is going to hold them down. They've just got no follow-up. Where's the damage? Maybe they can rebound their killer. He'll find beyond. He'll find Charming. And they might even find DZQ. It's the worst fight. It's 2 for 3. Lost the grab, but they're going to find somebody.
Beautiful
They
way
have
to
done
keep
it.
teaching you lessons.
They found some kills for themselves. That's a great team to propose.
They get a bit overconfident in YBB, diving way deep into that tier 2. I'm expecting that. You know, when folk connect the team, they can play. Like, they've had the soul charging, they can sustain through some of that burst. You don't have spell immunity up just yet on YBB, so you are still susceptible to a bit of that control coming out from folk. That'll give them some time. 22 to 7. YBB, and they still have a CK lead, and oh boy.
In they go again. That'll be a task to drop.
Feed the trees.
Drops the Beyond, because he's playing like a madman in this game. On this top lane, doesn't really matter. It's the monster, quite literally. 15 minutes in 27, 19 minutes. Oh, still showing signs of life, which is very, very strong to see. Very good to see, rather. YPP. Well, now they're clearing her up on bot. This is where things get really silly, because now they've got even more lockdown, even more control.
Yeah, and you've been playing this entire time without
Dire's
Vici
top
Shard
tower
being
is
dead
under
as well.
attack.
You're 20 gold away to Chan Ming. Once you've got that, well, Sleeping Guard. You've seen that story before.
Dire's top tower
There,
has
Mike.
fallen.
It's the top tier 2. Should expect from Nature's Prophet here. The side of Poke are looking to take down Bot. They have the
Radiant's
to back that
bottom
up.
tower is under attack.
YBB will actually
Dire's
still
middle
go
tower
for that.
is under attack. Radiant
Send it ZZ solo. Are smoked up here.
Bottom lane. DQ. Easy starting beyond. Good set up. He's got one first. Look at the damage. Oh, no, the nature connections. Too much damage. That's too quick. Being kissed by 70. Meanwhile, rough food down. He's gonna die. There's no gap in this.
Illusion.
Ouch. I mean, that was
Dire's middle
an
tower is
onslaught
under
into a
attack.
nature's wrath, and he died.
Yeah, that's... It's wrong.
Radiant
It's
structures
always been
are
wrong for
fortified.
all on for... Just really not stuff way for the instantable at the moment.
Dire's middle tower has
They find a
fallen.
mid-tier 2, just with a pre-wave showing in and 7 to hop out.
Dire's
Like the
bottom
map's
tower
shrinking
is
so
under
fast. This side of Pro. And it's so hard. And we're back in. Just invest in your drop. Best get some 4 stabs up, help you with a Ricky, and maybe a couple of KBs, and you have a game there.
This is on. And jungle on me. Just a 15 wards. Looks like poker retreat up in the dire jungle. And well, I suppose maybe they'll just go straight for Rusha. Nothing really stopping them doing this. I mean, you'd love poke try and force them up if they can. I'd be more than happy to oblige with that. They will not. They will hang across the map. Just keep the fun going. Roshan, it's going to take a little bit of time to complete the greatest amount of connection with Destruct, but they do have enough, to say the least.
They've got the deed, so going a lot faster to teach. Kind of before the Vision to that they did. And they do have decent team fight, it's just a lot of garbage.
There's nothing he could have done. Just literally just sleeping dart, just TP's in with a damage. Of course, he does Roshan. He's gone.
Dire's top tower is under
Just
attack.
can't have impact this game. Like, still not even having a BKB at 18.5 minutes. Up to speed. He's got okay match from YBB. And it seems like they're about ready to try and force high ground at this rate. It's just such a dominant game. They might even lose his Tuskoria with the Mithril Hammer if they're not too careful. Luckily, he does survive. Because he needs all the damage he can get.
Guys. And sort of delay onto the BKB, even though it's still fairly far for the recipe to come in. You never know, maybe you find space to farm, maybe this one's down, and you could have had your BKB a minute earlier, but pretty good snipe, just left hanging for a long time. Still, they've got to find ways to get that farm fun. They are wringing some control back. They might get the jump and Sean maybe
He just jumps in, there's no detection around. They'll finally get the dust off, but it's too late. Blakebeard's going to hold a couple down, and now the onslaught. Oh, lows on a card like it's so tough. They're coming from every single angle, and 7 minutes is done. He wanted a little bit more. It seems that he won't be able to start too deep and throw this game. Instead, they could probably just start onto the high ground. Mind you, respawn timers are so low, right? Like, they're back and they're both against. That's how badly this game's gone. There's a 5-level difference, 6-level difference between the Cross and the Grove.
I mean, considering how much Lunford has been dying in the fight, he hasn't had positions to soak some EXP counter attack. On first, the lowest level fight is at the same point as
What out? There's the help bit from our Marcy as well, but stops the blade here, and now the overgrowth is going to hold 4 of them down. 70 right backside. He's down so many. And guess what? Lunford, he is not going to be. They've got him. He's down. When do you call this strategy? When do you just say, I've had enough? GG, that's it. Yeah, that's the move. This is literally torture.
Let's just completely they allow the NP, they allow the Ricky to come through. You know, and there's just some tools that BB know how to use well. They play around those timings really well. They pull out the 7E Earth Spirit mid, which he excels at. And they had all these answers for the Drow on the last pick. Like they all.
It's cleaver time!
猫，小狗，
and 33 seconds. Damn, that's what I'm about.
Jesus Christ, guys, they're getting demolished or what?
To be fair, Kazoo, we have seen literally so much of these Div 2 teams, and I think right now, like, the discrepancy between the top of Div 2 and the bottom of Div 2 is actually between Vici and a lot of these other teams, even between Vici and teams like Outsiders. I think Vici kind of dismantled those guys in 20 odd minutes as well. So, like, coming into this, it may sound harsh, but I'd be really surprised if we get over a 30-minute game between these two teams.
Okay, 10 seconds remaining.
I was to disagree with you there, but I predicted lower than you. So yes, Fluke, absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. No, couldn't have said it better myself. Yep. Grip check looking very, very good on the side of Vici. Looking very nice. I love the Valentine's Day stock jumper on Yang there. I don't think Yang has ever woken up and not losing drip.
Legion Commander.
I mean, you're on play for at least 7 minutes, so they need to try to be as good as possible. Right now, I'm liking what Team Mystique have gone for. Obviously, being able to switch up the Lena is always nice, and the response to Legion Commander, we've seen that a lot to the Brood Brothers as of late. But from what we've seen in the offlane for Vici game, I think Noob's really been a massive standout for those guys. Like, he has been styling on every single lane. I feel like he's got twinkle toes at the moment, just the way that he's moving around a lot of these lanes and using a lot of these different heroes. So I'm excited to, FI and Noob look like in that offlane together with a Broodmother and a Rubik. They have a response to Team Mystique, because otherwise, if you let this Broodmother take over, then again, these game plans make it. You've seen this Legion Commander coming out as an answer to the Broodmother. Do you like it, Kezi?
Have they played it as a 5 in China as well against Brood, or is it? Yeah, I feel like it's 5 trend.
10 seconds
I love the idea of it when I saw it at first. I think Gaming Gladiators did it in Division 1 with, like, in Europe. They did the same thing with, like, Lena Legion. And, like, it sounds cool because, sure, you can heal the Lena, you have the Purge later, and you just press overwhelming odds on the Brood in the lane. But I feel like it hits this 13-4 mid mark where Brood just has a pipe, and then you're just this bot that has, like, one actual spell. So I feel like it sounds cool on paper, but it usually, in my opinion, it doesn't actually work out as well as you think.
5 seconds
it needs a bit more than just anti-brute measure, and also, most of the time it just ends up sitting in the tree, slowing it down.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
I think that's why, like, we've seen a bit more of the Dawnbreaker as a 5 in response to the Brood, right? I personally feel like, kind of, what Kizzy was saying, like, the Brood gets to a point where she doesn't care about the overwhelming odds, whereas I think if you have Dawnbreaker, you can have a good lane against the Brood, you can still able to clear out the Spiderlings, but you're actually able to utilize your ultimate and the rest of your spells in the mid-game to not kind of just run around and just be, okay, I'm just going to press the attack this guy, and that's it. And this will be the third the Legion Commander on Team Mystique as well, against Team Cloud and against Puck previously.
Okay. Yeah, I would also agree that the Dawnbreaker is probably somewhat under right now, again, in general. Like, the way you have it as a carry or an offlane or 5, like, either way the hero just plays well into the hero. You can counterplay and gank it early if you're an offlaner. You can always, like, lane into the hero early because you're just strong. When she gets fighted, you kind of knowledge them at all times too. So yeah, I would say overall is a hero that should maybe creep up more. A bit surprised that Vici did ban up 3 carry matchups. I guess last time played the Lena mid. I just don't think that's a very good lane for the hero right now. It's just a way better carry, but I guess they're just covering themselves. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna take out carries because they should be putting it mid.
Also lead you to kind of consider this Legion Commander being an offlaner, because I'm not quite sure how I feel about her currently in the meta. I'm not quite sure if I have any different ideas that Legion Commander's kind of general strength. Is she able to flex kind of like as an offlaner and still be strong?
I guess there's just a problem with the hero. It's a very volatile hero. It's like insanely hit or miss. It's fairly one-dimensional. So I feel like they must have an idea already where they're just like, okay, eventually in the game, you're gonna slow down and you're gonna purge me on Lena, and your job's done. Perhaps if the matchup turns out to be good, then you can throw it offlane. But that's more on Vici Gaming. Like, if they mispick and they allow Legion to have a good lane, then they can do it. Otherwise, I guess it might just be a 5. I'm not sure.
It is interesting that they have beaten Lena before Vici. Actually, side was Lena, who one of the matchups which was the most challenging for them. In that game, they had SF, Ember, Sansa,
5 seconds remaining.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
so they've already got the Tusk. Any chance of a member coming out here? Okay, is that probably not bad?
She's...
Wow, that's good.
Well, the Batrider hasn't been touched either. I guess going into Legion Commander, you don't want to do that. I definitely feel like they wanted to hit for I think Sasu's really shown that, Death Prophet, it has been a relatively good hero for him as of late. They come really, really far. They've got the Broodmother as well that can kind of just run in towards the backline and just force this Lena to kind of play in a different spot, get it a reposition, and have a kind of play around this idea that the Broodmother is always kind of poking you from the side. So if they pick up something like an Ember right now, I feel like half decent into a lot of these heroes as well. You shouldn't really get caught out by a lot of these initiations if you're fast enough on the thing.
I think that's what I want to see. I'd like to see that. Any suggestions from you, Kazu?
No, I would kind of be fine with an Ember. I feel like there's a lot of chill heroes, like in terms of I think you don't care as much. It looks like perhaps because they banned out some characters like, alright bros, what do you want? There was like what 4 or 5 characters pretty bad. He was like, alright, 3 game on more. You guys build me pipes, we have snowball safe, and yeah, I think for now they need to.
10 seconds.
Actually, they don't even need to ban any offlaners. So it's just a team fight. He's gonna build a shard eventually on Morph.
5 seconds.
I think it's a pretty damn good Morph game.
I think because also see like Legion and the Mars as well, right? Like as you already said, they don't have to ban any more offlaners if you're kind of happy with how the Morphling play right now. I think Team Mystique kind of need a little bit more of. I guess what do they really need right now? I would like to see them get like an aura kind of builder for them. They've got a Blink Initiator in the Mars to be able to catch out a few of these heroes. He can kind of sit in the brood lane as well.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah, I can kind of get behind. I think they've got a good draft on this team. I really don't dislike what they've done so far. They've got control, they've got team fight, they've got some decent ones. So it's just kind of need that more farms there, which is tricky because
they need to get more damage. Like, sure, you have this Mars stamp, which it's not bad every time they have their spells ready. It's like and also 1k to slightly above 1k like damage threshold, and the Lena spell strong. But when you play to these aura builders, especially brutes who have a pipe mech or pipe greaves pretty early on, it really counterplays like this team fight coming out. Especially when you also have Lena, who, let's say she's gonna be a carry, she's gonna build Maelstrom, so most of her early mid-game damage is also very magical based. So you can very quickly run out of steam, especially when you pair it up with a Morphling who's shifting, a random snowball save, some more Fate Bolts and lifts. So for Mystique, I think you need to make sure that during 15 to 20 minute mark, that you help your Marses that they don't run out of steam. Otherwise, I think Vici is just gonna be...
Vici Gaming's turn.
He's just gonna laugh at you when you throw your spells.
Ooh.
Alright.
that's different.
Hero, Pog, I guess. I have not seen Bristle in a long time, so. I mean, into Brood, he probably feels pretty good. Like, you don't really have to care about anything that she's going to do, considering she's going to be an aura builder. Into the Morphling as well, you can spam him with quills. I mean, he can turn into the Bristle back as well, so that's going to be a little bit annoying for you. But
are they Bristle legioning against Broodmother lane? Like, that's
this is just a farm lane. Honestly, I watch the Bristle just smack creeps. You ever try to go on and just gets purged and nothing happens? What a fucking boring lane.
Yeah, that's really good. Like, and the thing is as well, it's like they're really just going to wait until the Bristle has like his one item timings, and the Lena can come in as well. This forces him to be a carry, right? And you have Lena in the lane.
Yeah, pretty much.
You may now select.
Okay, look, Odie. I thought they could wink and then just put the Tusk mid, but they go Odie in the middle lane for Vici Gaming. Very, very interesting. So we've seen this Vici before their first game against Outsiders, and it did not work. Were you feeling better about it this time?
I'm just trying to get a gauge on this Bristle back here, right? Like, he can do a lot. Like the Ags timing is going to be really nice for him. He needs a VKB this game. Doesn't kind of just get caught around. I think they're going to have, as we said, probably the most boring lane in existence with him up against a Broodmother. I think I can go away from Vici game. It looks so good, and unfortunately for Team Mystique, they haven't hit the mark just yet. I'm gonna go with it.
As we needs to go right for Mystique for them to win this game.
I think the early tempo is just very important. I'm not the biggest fan of OD, but I do think it's one of the better times to pick it. You have a save against the Mars combo, you're good against Bristleback. So far, Mystique, they need the Bristle to do well, which he should. Same with the Lina, and then kind of track down the map a little bit, because the 25-30 minute mark, which I think we might be getting to, by the way, Vici are gonna steamroll their asses at that point.
All right, well, we'll see if that does happen as you think. Let's move on. Segways are hard. Here's Susan Dog.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yes, I agree. Segways are always a difficult thing, but at least for us, we've got to help out here. We'll see what we have in store. Then I'll get the Mystique.
It's cleaver time!
Strategy gives them a plus 10% in damage boost. Pretty needed against Vici, who's going to be a formidable opponent in this game one. I know you're a little bit colorblind, so I won't hold you to it. But do you think the kind of color strategy is enough to help Mystique?
I mean, style points have to be good something, right? It's not just metaphorical thing. I don't hate art overall, and like I was saying, you are going to be able to hold off the Broodmother at least till I were casting East Asia day, and a Legion Commander against the Broodmother, which did pretty decent to start with, but then they just didn't actually address after the fact. And then we cast a Broodmother against a Bristleback against a Beastmaster that didn't allow the towers to be taken. I want to see them try and enable as much as possible Team Mystique. So you just never have to leave the lane, and Broodmother doesn't get that advantage. They get that early part.
So you reckon this Bristleback is kind of keeping Vici Gaming on their toes here?
I
30
hate it.
seconds
I
to
think it certainly provides a lot. And when they were going and banning out the Viper in that last stage of bans, like, what are they thinking about? Back to the game, break out Bristleback, and clearly it's for a reason. On that point, the Viper, no one that really likes to buy right now.
I guess the one nice thing is that you do have this OD who has plenty of pure damage to be able to go through kind of the tankiness of the Bristleback, and as you were saying, one of the best OD games you could really ask for, even though this hero isn't very strong at the moment. And when Setsu is a free OD game, he's always going to call for it, considering how comfortable he is on the hero. We've already seen him play it once so far through the Division 2, so we're going to see a second time. That game he didn't go for the Scepter. I believe that was actually versus...
It was against Outsiders, the one game that they lost. He would probably be only shining light. Kind of 1v5%. They were just way behind and on the back of the draft. I actually wonder if it is him as well, because remember back in TI, maybe they had Arteezy on a panel who deep up in the mid lane.
He's on the panel?
Yeah, I know.
Very interesting.
It's either Arteezy or something. He called Sniper Pip as a counter to the OD, just durable out the zone. And that's really all the routine does. You want to next to all the way, and I think it's probably not the one to Zone should be able to keep the far range. Maybe, but no house.
Without a doubt, we've been very impressed with Set's performance. I mean, everyone on BTM is really looked at A tier, but the reason why they're still yet to be defeated. So, kind of keeping tabs on, kind of, because we said this bot going to be a little bit boring, but I'm very intrigued to see on, as the game goes on, how Ray's going to be able to address the Broodmother. This is kind of the one nice thing that Team Mystique do have in their lineup, is that you got a lot of heroes with wave clear potential.
Outside of that, will naturally shove it in a little bit, right? So Broodmother's safety arm onto the tower, where it wasn't a little toss him underneath the tower. Extra damage that they get this kill.
What is this?
I came here to be tested.
In shambles.
Execution style!
DQQ. Well, Eric's getting a crap load of damage onto the Snapfire. There are some spells that they were able to address more quickly. Eric also will find an early kill.
You give it an early farm, I don't know if he's going to abuse out of it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Back. More importantly, it's just flash metal thing. Sitting in the stash right, maybe wanting a little bit more of that armor. It's understandable. My armor here. Now to the lane. Kill attempts here, but he's not under the tower.
And he's not, but New does have plenty of one charges to continue playing aggressively, but he's going to start back off once the quills will stack up. I think this is another thing we need to kind of keep tabs on is how Mystique look to try and enable the burster back regardless to the jungle, and we're already seeing that Vici have kind of at least had that in their mind, considering how they're able to address this. Is already a war place up towards the triangle, so they're trying to keep tabs of that. Just like purple. That's the attack on the level 1. A little bit of bonus health after the bristle. Great charge down to FY. New's going to be kind of cautious. 6 active kills, make it a 7th now. New right click. Unfortunately, he's not going to have enough men here for the odds. You will be able to step out to the left side. Takes a well close. Oh, nicely.
I saw that. Saw him just running us the 2 mangoes on the bristle. I'm like, what will they do? We'll have the comms and sort of play that
Money's burn.
Team. Time and time again, you be able to almost carry the game solo from the off lane. So early kill and response is going to be really nice. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, very nice. Speaking about the mid-lane prior as well, it does still look like Setu is bodying this matchup in regards to the denies. 19 and 13 compared to 20 and 3, so
Radiant structures
level advantage of Lin is about 5, but you see this is kind of still the big power of the OD, and it looks like Tones is going to try and glyph the wave just to upset you from getting a range creep for free.
By 712 this leader just because of how much Tetsu is spamming out that astral, giving up the infused raindrops. He knows he just wants to get up into that. Did a great job.
Got it.
We're going to do the first rotation of FI as well. Looks to drop the reserve ward down in the mid lane. Radiant, they've already got the ward as well, so they will be aware of FI here. Unfortunately, that sentry is just out of range as well of the Radiant observer that is about to expire.
Close. Observer placed down by Yang as well as out. Singles. Radiant. Confident enough to leave the Mars alone in this lane now. Bot and dying. Out here. Additional set.
That should help.
But there's a bit of a wild chase going on here.
Hold on
between
here,
red and white.
Yeah, I think FI was trying to steal the bounty there with the token.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, he got it in the end. So Ray wanted to try and chase him down, maybe get a little bit of rent to the right clicks as well.
It's not your fate.
Also, we haven't got our predictions yet, the overall series. What do you reckon? The lowest, I wrote it down as well, the lowest was 52.5 minutes, the longest was nearly 40. Sorry, 52.5, 54.5. What do you reckon?
I had 46 or 47 the start of the show, yeah? QQ, what do you got down?
I'm going to give you 46.5 minutes, does that sound fair?
Sure.
Let's say 47.
Right. See, we'll see how the game's going to shape up. But in regards to the landing phase, team is through a pretty good start. All their cores have been able to find farm across the map. Just waiting for those level 6s to come out, which is really one thing. NJ closing in on his own arena capability. More Tools, a little bit of trouble at the moment. Insatiable level 2s to the bonus damage there from you. Bringing Bristol down incredibly low. We're going to try and step in and offer the help, and he'll actually even bring FY down. So we're getting another kill down bottom here on the Legion, and it looks like the Bristol's had enough of this lane.
He just needs to get out. Doesn't have any resources left. At least he's been able to pick up that Ring of Health, and well, he's going to take some ancient stacks, it seems. The Reserve Ward inside of that area has worn out. Yang on the hunt to try and find him out, but get that D-Ward off though. Q. One and I think he built up another stack for him. So everyone is looking to assist, realizing how important it is just to be able to stay in that bottom lane, especially now the brothers hit his level 6. Once that level start to spam out overwhelming odds, should get it. Range there.
So I guess for me, the one thing I'm really looking at is just the support ult in particular, because then you're going to be able to have the Legion, Snapfire look to combine together. What MechaniX does have a much greater cooldown than what the Jewel does, but that is pretty much a guaranteed kill on anyone you're going to find. I suppose it depends if the task or the ODs need buy for the save. That's kind of what I'm looking for over the next coming minutes once we get the tome available.
In position to move it all. Yang sees what's going on here inside of the entrance area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But I think Zone sees him, so he's gonna get out of the way of the QQ. Try and get a little bit of a D-Ward off going on here and look like he's able to accomplish it.
Yang, heck you know. Yeah, oh, mate.
We've cast too much together, the lines are starting to meld a little bit.
Oh. Was Flip Lions? Said was he called
Ogre match, aren't we? Yeah. The Ogre match. Yeah. Steve got Ogre hanging with his microphone today.
It looks pretty cool. I might have to pop some.
A photo of our faces on there.
Yeah. That'll be good enough. I'll take that. Well, it'll represent the Ogre.
Someone to do it.
Yeah, in our own unique way, it'll represent the twin-headed beast. Yeah, very interesting. We'll, there we go. 2 minutes, 2,000 net worth into the boys on Vici Gaming. We'll have those first rooms. Quiet, Snap's going to pick up his. Ray, of course, being able to find all that sort of experience on bottom, so he's going to get pretty to his level 6 as well. As does look like Vici are trying to invade Mystique struggle. They'll be a little bit too late to contest the hard stack, but they're line also take away the ancients as well, so they're probably going to have to try and time it when Mystique is making it.
Good place bound by DQ is going to make sure that he doesn't make this invis rotation come through from Sensu. Sensu's still able to pick up hand of Midas though, so of course it synergizes so well with the OD scaling a bit off of the left and attack speed at an absolute premium for the OD once he might start to break out. So it makes a lot of sense, but with a lot of that farm that he was able to pick up in the jungle, he's been able to come back down to this bottom lane. More points of lane spray.
He won't be able to land here for much longer though, with actually team heavily in damage. Even Sensu's going to rotate down just in case a further fight does break out.
And actually help him though. He was standing very, very close by. With the full points, the overwhelming odds, it was a really big pre-wave. 3 heroes committing 4
is under attack.
Yep. Let's look back on his right. I really think they might have been able to defend this tower if they committed the LC as well there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Out of the mana to come back. I mean,
Dire's top tower
there. Where's Bristle gonna? He's coming straight back. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures.
You gotta back him up.
Points in Arcane Orb.
Radiant's structures.
They kill him again. Sanity is short. They weren't able to finish the kill, and now they're going to look to take it down. So Vici Gaming
middle tower
look to disperse from the area. NJ just after Yang. Snowball's going to be able to dodge it for the moment. men here for the Astros, so we'll be able to turn to find the Druid. There's the quiet mode. Protected for the moment, Ray is not going to be able to find the damage. One of the keys a lot of damage as well. Clean up there, but over the side, new. He's able to close the distance under the bristleback. Even Eric feels the opponents have come down to the bottom lane, so the Morphling will find that finishing blow onto DQ, and in the end, Vici Gaming will be able to bring 3 members down and now look to take the second T1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Right? Like, you know that the Broodmother is hit this dangerous. I mean, you know that you've TP'd back on the Brittle with this, so he died straight away. He was just going to be having to take that walk of shame, but he's kind of trickled in a little bit, right? Imagine if NJ TP'd onto the town where they were actually looking to die, then they can make a turnaround where he's not able to just walk away, and that's just
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, wasn't it? Making sure to get the Astral onto the LC, prevent any kind of saves, bring the Bristle up. You on his Broodmother was able to get the cleanup at the end there.
Got it.
And that was for the first round of your ultimates. Really hoping that you were able to get more kills, but unfortunately not the case. So now this is on cooldown for another 45. Doesn't look like Vici going to look to try and punish that long cooldown. This what their lineup is going to thrive on. You need to be able to kind of execute team fights with your ultimates, and if you're unable to find the kills in all of a sudden this game, we're going to very behind a quick break.
Yeah, I wonder how much Ray is going to spend as what inside the jungle. Yeah, able to dodge. But once again, he's very on his fingers and his movements. So these skirmishes here might be trying to bait here. Set2 showing up.
Ring's gonna get a next level save. Detsu stun zone on the outskirts. Astral's not enough to buy him some time.
Is under attack.
NJ's got spear off in a couple seconds. If you can try and find an angle and ducks over to the right, the spear's going to mark and F5 will steal it. Great ability now for Rubik to have in the Arsenal. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that ball fast enough.
For his own sake, we saw it in a game yesterday. We had a Rubik maxing the striker rate. Got the 2 points in so far. That's first days because it is one of the best abilities to give over to Rubik. That's why make it difficult look easy. Give him something easy, he shows you why he's one of the best.
The abilities can still this game. Speed, Dragon Slave, LSA, Scatter Blast, Cookie.
Press the attack would be great.
Legion, yeah, and the odds somehow that's going to be great as well to help with the farming speed. Yeah, this is going to be a game where we could definitely see FY make a lot of plays, and Maitland's already various trinkets, so Rubik's going to have a lot of impact already with the items that we see in his inventory.
In the Aghanim shard, right, is going to be really useful. Steal his Cookie, get value out of it. Steal get value out of it. It's not as strong, but even the overwhelming odds of pretty significant value too.
You see, they might actually even be considering Roast. Pick it pretty easily. Maybe feel like they need to pick off beforehand.
They might be trying to pick Alina perhaps in this mid lane. They know that this, she still has a decent enough game, right? So with the Bristle and the Link farming, they might think that they're actually ripping up a little bit already on the Mystique side.
Support from Beach getting by Andrew's gonna get the jump, not only onto the Rubik, they use the Mortimer as well to secure the kill. A couple of ultimates expended it. Yeah, I don't know how you defend it now with others two ultis, so Erica denies a tower, I suppose, so silver lining, but you might go again on Vici Gaming 15 seconds before FY is back alive. Maybe you're just happy to get it attacked and go back to farming. That was kind of the objective you were looking for.
Yeah. One thing I'm really looking at from Ray is what his item is going to be, because as a position 5 Magic Commander, I don't think your dual damage actually matters. You know, it's not going to apply anything super significant to you this game. You're here as a bit of a save bot for the leader and to push out waves with that overwhelming on and in lane. So he's done a decent job of that so far, but I want to see him use the duel to be able to get the OD and make it out of the fight with the duel. Not even look at kills. If you give up the duel damage, it's not the worst. Just as long as OD isn't in your main target, which is going to be the Bristle or the Lina, I think he's satisfied. no save from the Astral as well, right? You get dueled, you might need a snowball to stop that, and then that's 2 people taken out of Vici's side of the fight. Only the position 5 of the 6. So I really want to see how his positioning is going to be. He's got a lot of gold saved up right, so I wonder if he can look to get into that blink dagger, because Setsu's going to be max with his position.
And we already see the guidance as well off the blink. Like shot into the influence, so help out the positioning here from Setsu. That much easier for him to be at the right place at the right time. Again, just sweeping across the map from top to bottom they go, looking to try and take over the jungle. Ready to do some decent Vici down, kisses up in 5 seconds. So we'll see if they actually want to consider about defending the bottom side of the map.
Dude, they don't want to give too much of the jungle away, especially with Bristol back. I mean, he's so close to picking up the Aghanim Scepter though, which is significant just for his effectiveness in these team fights. Even just the Nasal Goo stopping the spider, facing down some of the squishy supports of Lina. Positioning by Ray once again. Behind him, far away that he can step on forward with press the attack. Retrieve there too. So again, not important to get a lot of farm, especially once he picks up that big dagger for us. So playing the bodyguard role right now. As long as you're not losing towers to the Brood Mother, I think you're generally okay with this. Yes, you've still got waffling problems, but you've got a Lina to be able to fall back onto.
In combination, we'll run it to Yang.
Feed the
Speed back in his damage, so we're able to secure the kill. It's us, but like you were saying before, Mortal thing. He's getting a crap load of farm across the map. 0-1 top network, lands until already completed, so he is just loving all the space that the Morphling's getting right now.
I need to see some like amazing plays coming through from NJ, like a full spear into the arena just before he gets the attribute shift off. It's going to need to be Lina with Shadow Blade, for example, being able to get that last strike rate before he gets the shift off, or Legion Commander just being in position to catch him with a Blink Dagger without. I mean, look at his randomization as well on red, right? Got Blink Dagger, Ghost. So I honestly feel the play is Ghost Sept, Blink in. Damage does not matter. It just takes someone out of the fight without dying. Get the duration out of that.
Easily back out of the pit. To try and control the area though, Bristleback of course being able to put himself on the front lines, freshly completed from here. Really gonna try and smoke. Unfortunately, MJ soon is gonna be able to find him. All the Ashel, the snowball chops on the outskirts, sucks him. Setsu's OT. Now they use all their ultimate to try and turn the start into the favor, but it's not gonna pay off. As Mystique will get chased down one by one, the first open up the different sets with the arcane will easily be able to pace through all his health pool. There's Vici final 5, and now they can look to go get Roshan as well.
There's just always a response though, right? You had the guard grips for a little bit of that sustain. You had Yan once again in the perfect position, and Setsu, I mean, angry, he just popped off that fight. Take out the leader incredibly quickly, not shy about using insanity to be able to start with it. That's the exact situation that I was talking about. You need to take out both the OG and the Tux in all of these fights. That's just to remove their potential. So I don't think Mystique could have done much better at this stage of the game. They just didn't really want to give up at 3 Aegis to the already having a great game.
They are going to look to take a fight pretty rapidly after they respawn. They have clipboard, so they're scouting out the Vici. Are not connected at the moment, but a little bit late to find an opening with the blink and the spear on FY, so what do we say? We're just mentioning how difficult it's going to be for them to control both the Tusk and the tank. He's got a blink dagger pretty much now. Go for it, though. We're always going to see a save.
Putting himself on the bottom side, feeling like, hey, it's my job to stay in front of this tower, but scary ball having to go up against, and
tower has fallen.
worse, he's got the Scar just about 1 or so items away. stay in port. It's bring out the dagger now. Wants to. If a Mystique, they're giving space over to Ray here. They're wanting him to get into that big dagger for himself, so that they can take away some of that save potential, and he should have it right now. So nicely done there. No, she's gonna stay off the map though. There needs to be a surprise factor.
I think on NJ and Zoe, he's going to leave the area. Nothing that the leader can do. I'll watch their off lane on. They're going down. Now it's like Vici Gaming opportunity to control more of the map without the Mars for 35 seconds. Erica, DD, you've just made him aggressive back. Hopefully it goes a little bit further to Vici Gaming side. The reveal. They stole the jewel. F1 jumps in, holds zone into place. Now Eric will clean up. The G's are dropped. The Mystique a quick GG call for them as Vici Gaming will find game one.
They will indeed. 23-08, so it's looking good for predictions across the board. I think the closest one to if that was just a repeat in
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Yes. I just want to see if a team can do it. I mean, maybe YPB can do it in a few days, but if a team can put Vici Gaming after the
yeah, that's what can do as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of following the where the leader and then the team in the meeting they get key to which way
Radiant team back
in the match, and then we're able to get the winning game.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
Sort of pattern here. Could the road
which the
10 seconds remaining.
7th and the first
5 seconds remaining.
pick that you don't want to
Radiant team
I guess
pick.
still stop more with
we've seen it took a while as well. It's kind of they're featuring
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I speak for the team.
You know, a lot of times you try and they have will really think and of here. I feel like it's trained you're gonna have the phrase on a primal base if you play problem.
10 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining.
When that pick comes at them, yes, it's exactly into my hands.
yeah, I mean, don't that the show would come out, so they definitely think that F is like the more scary one. Otherwise, you know, they have reversed those bans. I think for Mystique, also if they don't pick it, I think there's a very high chance if you're Vici here, you could just kill and be pretty chill. You're gonna give her DP armor against both these heroes. You're gonna defend force against nature. You're pretty chill. If not that, then I don't know. I guess perhaps they just go for some more comfort of their own. It's like they're not the good friends from what I've seen. Yeah, that works. Not bad. Not the heroes here.
Yeah, I think you've been picking a lot of like Rubiks and clocks and plus.
This was what I was talking about, right? Because Team Mystique now have to ban out the Lina.
10 seconds remaining.
Win with it. Now Vici Gaming just get selected and they
5
ban out
seconds
niche
remaining.
decks, which Team Mystique fall back on. And they can just get these like really
Radiant
poor meta
team
heroes
back.
which they love themselves. They could have the Death Prophet as they could have the
Vici
just let the
Gaming's turn to
Prophet
ban.
flex. Actually, there's a gas throw. If we have the opportunity to get DP Brood, we'll take it. And whoever put the fastest time for the series ending,
Radiant
pretty confident
team
right
Yeah,
now.
my bad. I'm gonna be way off on this one. There's no way.
You just had Kezu. I respect you coming to just be like, surely Mystique can go past 30 minutes, guys.
In one game.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what can you do? I mean, for Mystique, I want him to have better and different answers for the Brood this time around. I think if you're Vici, you should be looking at Pank ban for sure. EP doesn't like that hero, Brood doesn't. It also helps these like more heroes like Nature's and Tusk to like kind of sync up more together and give you some more team fight. So that's something about that Vici ban. I do think this is a hero that isn't played as much in China as it is in perhaps Western Europe, but that hero is still a banger.
Yeah, I agree. I think Pengo is really, really good.
Radiant team
Just the way it enables a lot of these team fights as well, just be able to kind of, you know, once you get a Blink Dagger initiate from Fog, it's very, very hard for people to respond to Rolling Thunder. And
Radiant team
as soon as you get top of you, then kind of all hell breaks loose, and there's really not much that you can do. So this is going to be one of their responses in the track, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of the same deal as what we had in game number 1, where it's like this Brood gets to that 15-minute mark where she's got pipe, and then the babies really don't care all too much.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this slash pick. I don't really understand the purpose of taking a quart of tier. Perhaps you flex features more. But when I see Brood often, I already don't want to play Nature's Prophet carry. This guy's gonna kick me out ASAP. I already want up offlane. Like, I would want to put the Nature's Prophet offlane, most likely with the touch plan for it, so that it's fine there. Pick a support out of phase, then get my core counter picks. But they've got a different idea. We'll have to see if it works. Whereas Vici, they're gonna take a Phoenix. I like this a lot. You're already gonna have the damage mitigation from the Brood auras. Now you pop up Sunray on top of the Brood and DP running in. And yeah, you should be feeling pretty chill if you're Vici gaming right now.
5 seconds remaining.
And they're going to take a page out of YB's book.
Radiant
they're going to try and
team
Phoenix
pick.
themselves. This is which YB has been picking far more than anybody else. They love it. And they're going to convoy it up with the Clockwork as well. So just 2 supports down the middle.
Yeah, I was going to say they kind of wanted a melee 5 to be able to come in and just kind of initiate for them. Clockwork's really great. Gives you the vision to profit over the Sprout. Be able to find a lot of these heroes in the backline as well. Very, very hard for Tusk to deal with battery assault as well. So I think this is a really, really good draft coming in from Vici. They've got a hero that can protect the egg as well. You know, you can kind of just walk the DP in. The Broodmother could be setting up there as you're trying to press in towards these towers. The Phoenix can pop an egg, and then on the backlines the clock can come in as well. We can invite the evil shit and the egg in the backline.
The fun part about this Phoenix as well is that it's been played almost exclusively by YBB. It was also picked up by Cloud and by Meteor, who both lost with it. So that's the only reason it doesn't win rate. Really,
Radiant team back.
Vici and Mystique actually played it.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Game YBB a lot.
Yeah, in this hero, it's good. I don't feel like Chinese region with Phoenix is something else. I always do like when they pick it. I feel like they really understand how to make it work on like different levels, because the hero is not just about the egg, the hero is not just about defending, save the tower. If you can really understand how to play around Sunray and utilize that with people to go in, I think it really gives like another level of like oomph to the hero, which makes it look very strong. And I think for Vici, as long as they can take a last pick that can most likely lean with the stalk. Usually the way you want to make this work is like you pick a self-sustaining hero that can be left alone later, which some melee heroes can't fill this role. Otherwise, you're usually gonna look at some of these raid type heroes just to enable the clock and to get the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I think his sniper
5 seconds remaining.
kind of have that range call.
Stands ready.
Yeah, I was thinking of the sniper a little bit. Maybe the one thing that deters it is perhaps you feel a bit scared of some nature's diving you if it is carry or them having some counter pick. But I kind of like the stand. I think another hero that having like a secondary hero that goes in for you is pretty chill. You have pretty nice hero matchup. You have less overwhelming damage into Lesh, which is something he hates. Like now you have very mixed damage of physical, magical with a lot of high burst, more armor. Yeah, I kind of dig this pick.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for Lesh armor rally as well.
Yeah.
Build a whip on that hero. The soonest you get is usually like Shivas or now they're going for Timbersaw on Team Mystique, so a strong answer of their own, but it's a strong pick.
I think he's got good lanes, right? Like, or now he's going into Phoenix, that makes it a little bit more annoying. He's generally good into a lot of the other cores. I think the only issue that he has is he doesn't like going towards the Phoenix, and they've only really got one hero that's going to kill the egg for them. They've got Ray as well as that can go and kill the eggs in these team fights, but your HF is going to be spending time right-clicking the egg, so it feels like it's really going to be all on Ray. I like it. It's not a free Timber game by any means. I think they needed something to get a little gotcha to at least try and get their lane. I think she covered it with it.
Yep, I respect the try. I respect the try from Team Mystique. I don't think this is a bad draft from them. I don't think it's enough, but I think it's a good attempt. What do you think, Kaz?
It's not a bad Timber pick, but I think this is the problem where their Tricore is pretty bad, in my opinion. Their Tricore doesn't match up well against Vici. Eventually, the way the game is gonna go, I think nearly no matter how well Mystique play, Vici's at this point like 28.5 minutes where EP is tanky, you have a Brood, Phoenix Sunray, we're gonna and you can't stand your ground, which means your lineup is broken apart and you're gonna lose.
We'll see in game number 2. And third out on cast matchup. Look at Aries taking it away.
With that one is need to get to the 20 or 25 minute mark. We've seen the Vici gaming for the majority of teams. I thought about this characters that maybe they just don't really care what they take about some of the super busts. We're just gonna do what works for us. You know,
it's cleaver time.
We want to just try running it over and over. If it works, great. We're going to actually get to that. If it doesn't, palm lost, it's Vici, we'll Vici out like we did in game number 1 in the 20-23 minutes. What do you reckon?
I can appreciate them trying something different here. It's just a question. It also looks like you've got some comfort with MJ, seeing that he is a level 20 Timbersaw, but
what about bronze on everyone else there?
Yeah, well, that's where I appreciate trying some things, right? In the end, we'll see how it's able to work out. I'm also concerned on just the BKBs that are able to affect Vici. It's pretty much all of Zeke's damage until Furin is able to kind of get involved. Even then, a lot of his damage now is kind of mixed with Maelstrom into Gluttony with the Wrath and Nature. So it's... yeah, we'll see. It's going to be pretty tricky. I guess the one thing is that I don't think they're going to be able to shove out the Timber in this lane. It's going to be a double strength, so Phoenix, Sven, Timber, and Tusk. So that should kind of enable Tusk to make a little bit more rotations across the map to be help mid and help out bottom.
The battle begins.
So it doesn't look like there's any big contests going on right now. I think what Team Mystique to do, they need to put all of their eggs into their off lane. I think Timbers need to be set up to have the best possible game imaginable, because when you think about it, they don't exactly have the heroes to be able to deal with this Timbersaw unless it's like that super burst damage at the start, right? Like Sven is going to need maybe a Silver Edge, maybe a Blink Dagger, maybe that A.K.A. to be able to take him out. Or just find it if he doesn't have reactive armor stack. All the other damage is kind of slow coming through. And like you're mentioning, they're up against this dual strength lane, so Tim should be in place to have a pretty nice time. And getting early farms that he's not very burstable. Has to prevent deaths like this in the early game. He's already starting to get focused down by Vici.
Yeah, I think Yang has an early to see that built into a vessel, and I do think Sven's probably one of the better physical damage dealing cores against someone like the Timber, just because you have your...
You got 1,000 damage a hit before the armor stacked up.
Yes, exactly right. That's the thing. And I think T is very similar as well. So even though you're physical damage, Timber likes playing into, it's kind of not fun when they do so much damage short span of time. So we'll see how NJ's able to get out of it. And of course, going to be willing to get early there. Ratsman's lots of we'll take a look at how this bottom lane's able to shape up as well. New back onto the Brood Mama. I mean, because we were saying this is not too fun for the Nature's Prophet to plane because they're going to be able to kind of shove it into the jungle early on. But we feel like this is something that Ray can maybe have something else to say about it to offset this matchup.
Not really, to be honest. I mean, you're just going to get shoved out once he's level 6 on the Brood Mother, but the thing that I'm still, I just want to harp on it again. I feel like they just need to be making play towards the top side as soon as possible. Like, what is going to be that 6-minute timing? Do they get lucky with a haste rune on the top side, for example, that allows Zone to move to the top side, get the Nature's Prophet to TP into the lane, kill the Sven, take the tower, and open up the map for him to farm, so that you're not having to go back to this deadly Brood Mother lane. See if they do start to make rotations towards the power runes and around that 6-minute, it's going to be so vital for them just to enable this Nature's Prophet to have any kind of game.
I think one really cool thing as well is the fact that Vici getting in the draft early on with this mid. I know it was the Brute Gate and very comfortable with the new club, but I think this just shows that they really believe in this death. I know it's a strong hero, but a lot of its power comes through from its flex and hiding the role that it's going in towards the draft. But they truly believe that it's an incredibly busted hero, and we've essentially played at such a high level as well.
We do. I have to put it to you though, outside of the Lina, you think of any of those huge to it, I can't really. You know, it's going to have a good time if most of these lanes, especially Sol.
Dire
So many
structures
those early
are
levels,
fortified.
multiple points to that Spirit. Do exactly what Setsu's doing right now. He pulled an offensive blip just to try and check down his own a little bit underneath his own tower.
Well, he's crafty with his offensive glyphs in the lane. Very difficult for the opposition to stand his ground. Seems zone's going to be really cautious now up against the all four of Setsu, so there's always that potential to be able to secure the kill. Setsu doesn't have boost just yet. Got a queued up its own, has his own queue as well, so it's on the same page that it's going to need some extra movement speed to get away from the Spirit Siphon.
Liking the itemization this game as well from Mystique, and he's already gotten into that Ring of Fire for himself. It was one of the gripes that Kezu had about the previous game. Yes, it was on the safe laner instead, but you just consider the damage output that they've got coming through. Phoenix, he's going to be tossing his fire spirits at you every 40 or so seconds, so I mean, you're going to get a lot of regen coming through.
He's going to pin some trouble here. If I actually dragged him into Pog, so he's going to be able to cook him out, and FI won't be able to continue to chase with Butter, so this is actually also another thing on. What do you feel like Vici have kind of put the clockwork on the this game? Often we see it's Yang playing the clockwork, and FY has a incredible Phoenix. So what do you kind of feel like the reasoning is?
I think they just need someone to keep the Nature's Prophet away from the Brood Mode to be able to begin with. And again, you're into the trap, right? For Assault does that double damage, so you're able to actually get those out and prevent a lot of this threat from coming through. Saw that they were really able to set up a kill as well onto the not for the Snap 5 in. On top side, right? Do you really want to run a clockwork and a spin into a timber sword? Probably not.
I kind of also want to remember, doesn't end up being our first blood. You're gonna make sure he doesn't get denied to the neutrals and top playing, and
You're one of the good ones.
Well, so be able to back off. I wonder when we're gonna see DQ start to kind of leave. You've got Timber Sword at level 5 and third point in react. I'm able to have a much easier time. It is a bit different from what it used to be with the reactive armor, so see if it's actually enough, because I haven't actually watched a lot of Timber since this change.
They can get the kill onto Setsu, that'd be pretty huge. He's not quite yet level 6. We've got 3 heroes from Mystique. There we go.
Start cooking onto the freeway, being able to set up for chain control. Setsu,
surely he dies.
He's gonna be okay.
Oh.
He's got the Exo now as well, but he's not gonna use it back off.
Can't get the power as well. Oh, he's bullying away with the Exo.
Hero.
Oh, it's bottom.
Down with the Exo. Goes in the back, unfortunately. They will look to move on over. They might actually be able to blow him up if they can block him.
No way.
He's able to dodge out the lightning storm. They'll still find it the last second, but the damage wasn't enough towards yet. So Setsu.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a perfect timing. The wood line as well.
He's diving in. Look at this. Man has no fear.
They can do. He's got some more charges, auto as well. Crypt Swarm up a couple of seconds, but Setsu. Beautiful thing about him is all he does know that he can kind of tone it down a bit.
It's a solo kill.
Trap.
Oh, yeah, I hate to see it.
Radiant's
I mean,
bottom tower
to me,
is under attack.
the Broodmog, yes, he wasn't level 6 yet, but that was the time that you needed to TP on the net. Just guaranteed it was so important for them to be able to pick that up, not just for the kill onto the DP, but also because they had siege creep at the time, because the power runes were about to spawn. And
Radiant's
just gets
bottom
everything.
tower is under
He gets a
attack.
kill, he gets the power rune, he doesn't die, everything's gone right. Off just one little move. Again, outside of the NP TPing in, he made the exact right move that they needed to.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It was perfect execution as well.
Yep. That was
honestly,
close.
I'd have to go. Yeah, I'd have to go back and feel like if they overlap like a stun for a slight second, but it looked perfect. Like you start with the cook,
Radiant's
the
bottom tower
toss wrapping
is under
around. Like
attack.
it was a really crafty attempt.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You see the power of the Death Prophet, man. So that is a hell of a hero.
You gotta do though, you gotta make these balls play against teams like Vici and Raze. He might die even running back underneath the tower.
The red will go down, but yeah.
back to the
I think Zone's very happy with that.
Come back to me.
Look, what's going on? Also, so yeah, we've got across the map for 2 in the end, but like, Zone's gonna be pretty happy with that exchange, being able to kill on the so a little bit of gold and a little bit of experience, which is important. So Zone is now actually equal level with Setsu.
Get the free streak, which of course is incredibly important. I want to see NJ move towards this bottom side of the map pretty shortly. Like, you've got a Broodmother that's consistently wanting to be pressuring the lane in. I know that they, I guess, can do a little bit of that push, but it's still only a level 4 Snapfire at that stage, and I think you need to open up the top lane as much as you can for the nature's profit. We're able to think, so we can have capability for it as
Big spider army trying to run them down as well. How he's gonna fight into his X's is upset. NJ's gonna make it, and a lot of damage out of the whirling death will kill off FY. Now who does he want to turn to afterwards? Maybe New's gonna be the target. Incredibly mobile here with the Broodmother, so he's gonna be able to slide away, and Tetsu's still want to go back in. A little duration left, and that's all they need to chase down. So one more find it with the storm bomb. NJ, it's going to be a bit cautious as well. That's perfectly. Stormhammer up with the storm spider. Setsu's going to be able to make it up the higher ground with the Wrath and nature. Setsu before he can turn his abilities back onto NJ. He's got some amount to work with. Oscar's respawn was in the distance. Triple M is going to be able to teep in that +1 effect. Putting in Team Mystique, a very, very messy engagement. They're doing it to vital kills.
Indeed, I was worried again that they wouldn't be able to pick up key kills onto the high priority targets with Nature's Profit. Being eventually does just to be able to go back and farm, but Nature at least able to pick up the cleanup there onto the TP, and they're going to be rewarded with a regen route on the top side of the river as well. So Zone's been able to pick up a decent amount of farm for himself.
Along with the other guys on Team Mystique, because Bruce's Midas now completed. Just profit.
Regeneration.
Yep, completed as well for the Team Store. Working on Dungeon Kaya as his next item as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We're going to be able to defend the tower once again, because that's going to be really the important thing for them. Vici Gaming have this kind of easy way to be able to find early objectives off the back of the Exo and the Broodmother. So
they run under reward as well. The one from Tuscan when he made that rotation towards the mid lane for the original kill onto a Shrek. So he's going to be able to pop just in time to be able to escape this on the left. They get a quick glimpse of it. Shot just a little bit too late.
Okay. With Marky for Vici, and they're going to look to try and turn their attention back to mid.
Middle tower
he was in a position as well to team and Mystique smoke, so both sides being able to get the smoke so that Otherwise, going to find a shot the whole shot though. Looking to get down in any better replacement. More of the kisses though could be the way to turn it around, along with NJ's damage. So they need a way to address Netsu. To keep these outdoors, he's got a free pack to charge into the middle. Be able to clean up one, turns over to NJ next to start preventing the chain away from the hood. Should be enough damage mitigation to keep the timber healthy.
Radiant structure.
Protect the tower, though they've got the cliff available and they're going to pop it, but they won't hitting the tower at the time. NJ's got to be very careful with his positioning here. No burn charges, though, just the 1 point in the sun ray.
Radiant's middle tower
Pop it is over, but I think Vici are going to be pretty happy just being able to take away that tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
An arcane room as well for the reward. The map controls are very important for the death profit. Probably see her look to utilize that with their next Exo. It's a question of where they want to use it on the map, if they want to try and take a fight into an objective, or if they're just happy for a couple of kills off the back of the Exo.
Well, I can see. I mean, you've got the Echo Save now built up by the Sven, so he's starting to into a little bit more of that burst damage. Still not really wanting to fight unless the Timber Source shows up, but going to be the BKB next for him, and I imagine the Blink Dagger after that, just for that insane burst that he's going to need to be outputting.
farming with F1 across the map. And he will force out a move though from the Yang. Aggressive he's playing. Right to the team shot. No one really backing him up. Setsu is now going to be able to join. F1 is still alive, but I'm going to be able to take away his boxes. I mean, he's soaked up so many abilities. Now Setsu and Yu, they should feel pretty content about running in, but in fact Setsu to try and TP out instead, and Yu's going to be able to sidestep the split up as well. We'll play through the quick fingers, being able to dodge that one, so in the end, just 1-for-1, but of course a vital exchange for the boys on Vici. They were able to find the area in the Nature's Prophet.
Lee, unless I'm mistaken, that was a 3v5 as well. Phoenix was not part of that. Sven was not part of that. Both of them are continuing to gain what's most important for them, of course. Phoenix with that experience, just scaling so incredibly well against this Mystique lineup. Was able to pick up that stun range. What are we looking at?
Oh, Erica just sliced the life. Well, look at that bottom that as well. So, perfect time for them to get an kill with the flare. Got done positioning. Spy with my little eye. A free kill, one for the Lesh, and
Radiant's
Erica can get some damage to the tower as well. The last remaining seconds of the ultimate.
Exactly what it needs to. You know, not showing up unless he's actually got that kill potential there. Bit use out of be able to close this map. Again, the Nature's Prophet doesn't want people to get out of it. Farming areas that are support where there's nowhere to hear us. Not sure if they can.
I think they're trying to test it up into the ultimate kicks. They're going to ultimate now, but the stun kill is just repairing all of the damage and
Dire's middle tower
was in the end.
They do protect the tower, but it's a question of for how long, right? Like Yang's back down here, 10 seconds away from the Sun Ray once again. Got the Super Over available. 400 gold away from being able to pick up a full Spirit Vessel as well. So they fully commit win right off the bat. It's so I'm gonna find big curtains from Steve.
Scouting out if anyone else is playing behind NJ. They're gonna put all of their attention over it. So looking up, he went in. They're gonna try and deal with the end. They will be able to kill it off. Erica also giving after coming through the sky, but Setsu's rocked up. Without it, into the net, it's gonna look to try and turn his attention over to Ray. And he's clean up for the position to a Vici. Now look to get the tower afterwards as well in the end, so unfortunately for Mystique, casualties be enough to keep the objective alive.
A little bit much, isn't it? Even when you do almost everything right, Nature's Prophet just gets run down by Setsu. I mean, he's once again doing everything perfectly, just creating a ton of space around the map, taking towers, isolating heroes in the middle of the team fights. This is a new man. You know, we haven't seen this type of game from him. It seems like 4 years.
To him back on his team with the caliber like Vici and the players that are surrounding him as well.
Players he respects,
very
sure.
That's important.
Played for himself as well, so just forced up to be able to kite around in these team fights a little bit more sustained. Not that there's too heavy of a physical damage output coming through from Mystique. Don't need it with Bloodstone. Silver linings coming through. Shortly shrinking.
Him and the Timber, I suppose, that is about to be Spirit Vessel. And you've got Yang probably going to put in Sunray before talent. So yeah, you've got Sunray out now for 6.25% of your max health. So we're gonna have really big issues. Like Yang, he has to die first.
Yep.
If Yang, I don't see these team fights going well at all.
And basically nothing right now on the map. They've got a little bit of vision of the top power rune on Mystique, but outside of that, just using the surface. And then actually kind of though. They got a lot more.
That's the one. Just probably consider about TP. available, but
You have to. He's got the Sprout available. But just a brief glimpse of Erica already
Radiant's top tower
well,
is
got
under
himself
attack.
out. Maybe you the set there. You have exorcism to be able to make the turnaround. They will now do it in a couple of seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They do a free kill here for Vici Gaming. They're going to try and sweep the jungle and maybe see if there's vision they can look to take away as well. I believe they did start the NJ with that tinkle down bottom, but if they're there, we would be able to prevent the Timber from being able to check well. So if they've got firm control of this bottom jungle now, they might look to try and connect to mid to set so we've got the 80 and the Exo. There they go, so this tower's going to be under threat.
Oh gods, but BKB has finished up Erica, so he is a lot less scared of the Typical right now. Actually has to be the one that's worried. But then gets one of the fast to be into that
I need to address it. It has to be priority number one. Sets are putting his money on the front line means that Yang will get a full duration out of the Sun Ray, so DQ's gonna go down. The turn with the bottom of Kixes, the BK protecting Erica, so they can look to step away. Vici, they're more than content with what they could have. They're gonna look to regen up and maybe go once again.
I think it's like this is to come about 5 seconds earlier, or just not at all, right? Because now you know that you're not going up against a God Strength, you know you're not going up against an Exorcism, but you have as much damage output as you would want? Probably not. One's going to put himself out there, realizing that he's got the movement available. You'll have some support sticks behind him. NJ is the main target here for F5.
Overlap some of the control movement. Cancels not find some time, so it's going to look for a strike in the middle as well. The Supernova laid down, NJ's it. And they're already looking for more as well. It's looking for that strike freshly completed. So, but he's getting the one with spells that might still won't be enough. And the Sunray's up once again, burning all of Mystique to a juicy crit. Vici Gaming. Look at some lane to address. It looks like they're going to back up. And they're addressing top side, but and these team fights not looking at all for Mystique to be able to take control of.
I mean, they did that with Strength Connection, you know. That's just the cohesion that comes through. They're never wanting to let the pressure up against a lot of these teams. And say once again, I feel like another fight. Nature's probably could have joined a little bit earlier. You're a little low on the BKB front for Vici Gaming. They had to use it one time on both the Sphere and the Timber. So to come in there with Goodluck, you can't chase down that Leshrac. You can't chase down that Timbersaw.
We just saw how they played that last fight pretty much perfectly. I thought that an angle for the hook shot.
What was going on NP?
Yeah. We saw that last fight what Vici were doing. They were just playing the distance. As soon as the Bloodstone was activated, you just pop the vessel and play away so Stone's not able to hit anyone with his spells, and then Bloodstone activated spells, they're able to slide back. Yeah, nice communication from Vici in that previous team fight. And probably see that be kind of a similar story for these upcoming fights.
It's just going to be even challenging. Now you might not even need to pop that BKB after
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Because you've got the mage here on the Sphere. Not only are you taking less damage, that it's not going to give as much of an active Bloodstone, but you're dealing this, so it's like a double whammy.
Yeah, I think Titan's pretty dumb. Goodluck just for 2,400 gold. NJ? Decent amount of that drama stats, and why looking for the maximum use of it in control. NJ all reward back to him. It was really not much regardless. The tree line Timber loves to play with trees, but not when there's been that many in one close proximity.
Yeah, I mean, even FY, his itemization, he went into the blade mail there, realizing that, you know, Timber's going to get away. He's going to use the Whirling Death to be able to recover that strength to stop the damage coming through from the spin. Instead, it ends up just chunking down its own HP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to end up going down. Exo is ready to walk
Radiant's top
as
tower
well.
is under attack.
Concerned about holding it full, which they still haven't looked to claim just yet. Erica's actually comes up. He's going to see Didi pop in the tree line to know exactly where he is. But also, why, of course, Vision to be able to assist with Erica. Not back inside the Setsu. Two other members of Vici getting, you're able to take the team. The numbers disadvantage, so Ezekiel onto DQQ was coming at a cost at the X's. So
Radiant's top tower is under
down,
attack.
but also able to get some objectives off the bat. Some of the works.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Southern building up into the BKB from himself, being incredibly close. I'm not really sure that the BKB is going to enable too much of anything for the NP this game, though. If you're going up against this fan, heavy physical damage, sure, there's the stun, silence, DP, doesn't really matter. You get a Spirit Siphon, you're probably dead anyway. All these sorts of things, right? Even the Sun Ray, you must main target for that. It's going to be onto the Tips or onto the Shrek. Thinking that they probably just want to take one cohesive fight as a full unit together, have to do it, and the past few fights be outnumbers for themselves, and now you're going to be going up against a 6v5 with that just about to be picked up.
This to do with Erica or Setsu? Actually, F5 is going outside. Do we score from Vici Gaming just cannot zone slide down?
Has fallen to the down.
Feels rough, doesn't it? You know, someone's able to do the job that most of the time take pause to be able to do. And he was so close to being able to pick up that Yule 7.
Yeah, they're on the next profit.
Goes down and
he's not going to be able to. Not another man. Gonna try and TP out and 1.2. It's to prevent that, so gonna be able to escape. Mid lane, top lane, both getting shoved out. Just
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Openings might get too much damage, but he's back alive.
Then level 20,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think the full Bloodstone getting on the roofs, but man, that is.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What's not on you?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. Pop the Greaves, Sunray. Yang's dealing damage as well as the sustain capability.
Yang's got a pay?
Coming on the Korean there, I believe.
2K. This guy's rich.
What sold it?
Incoming.
Jump into the middle of the hole, the let's track into place, and now they'll look to jump to the Nature's Prophet as well. Body blocks from F-Wide, properly forget still somehow finding a way out of the cogs. The team is a bit struggling. Echo Spirits. They will be okay for the moment. Kiss is getting laid down for the back line, but Erica protected thanks to the pipe. So the magic damage isn't even enough. The Mimo NJ, he's trying to do it himself. The damage is starting to rack up for the Timber Storm, but now with the main slave activated, the Timber has to retreat to higher ground, and Setsu will chase him down. Taking him snowboard out of the base, so Setsu can jump on that opportunity to chase him. He will have to reposition back to safety, but it looks like Vici will just turn to deal with the objectives instead of the heroes.
We're expecting the strength of this Lashak, though. Without the Phoenix being available, they know has enough burst damage to be able to deal with them. That Yule Scepter as well to be able to get rid of the silence. Phoenix is there, getting rid of that Spirit Vessel is such a key factor for zone, but the issue for me is that it's just going to take far too long for him to get all that he truly needs, the Aghanim Shard to be able to protect that high ground push and the BKB for all the reasons we mentioned. That's not good, gotta be careful.
is any opportunity. You got this blink on Erica, of course the hook shot from FY. From him as well. Have the spare the rocket player to down up there. Put one outside the base as well. Sensu's gonna run into both the supports, gonna try and venture out, find some control, and meanwhile inside the lane, Erica not gonna have enough depth by himself to get the kill from Nature's Cross, but forced reactions nonetheless. Over the left track's in trouble and Scepter. No hesitation, but jumping up the high ground. Target down with the left track, but he one more swipe with the big swords that would cut away his life. Even zoning straight over just to enable Vici to recover.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Radiant's bottom
has fallen. Radiant's bottom has fallen.
Perfect. Yeah, maybe one. Pretty much perfect. Dina well, not been opting for the plus 500 health, just trusting himself in the right spot. I think that the damage output, especially against this Timber, is going to be a factor for his team success.
Warriors of the wood.
Come out this stage, we're going to go and that isn't just broke that. It might get
Question for you: what do you think the win probability is before looking?
3%.
It is 0% right now. You've been clearly valuing like hard, but I would honestly put it in the same sort of category. It seems like the perfect storm needs to happen if Mystique is going to make any sort of attempt and, well, push on forward. Maybe they need to use someone to act as bait, but I'm not sure that Prophet is tanky enough to be able to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dangling forward.
Radiant's middle tower.
I unfortunately don't think he's tender enough, and
they're just going to the Phoenix. Phoenix is on jungle farming.
It's a lot of damage. Nope. Put a blow up Mew without Yang being nearby to help heal him up. But that was kind of his meat and Wrath of Nature as well, so Sethu might feel deep off the back of this Exo.
Radiant structure.
That's why he's got my favorite item. He's got the just wanting to be able to launch all of those rockets and onto the backside. Reveal all the information that they could possibly want on Vici to be able to use Goggles and click on Sethu, use the click on Sven as well, just to be able to catch those key targets. Empire's been pretty instrumental in one of the disengage that he have been able to do up until now.
Yang, so as soon as he did a Phoenix, he walked protection over towards Yang for Cage, but the sunrise out, the creeps are raining down as well. Towards him, Mystique won't be long, but it's well, at least the Nature's Prophet's going to be able to cut. She'll look for OTE and an abyss. So Erica, magic stops. Stormhammer out, and the G's will follow. The afterwards is Vici aiming. Not as quick as game one, but still an incredible showing from them, and nonetheless will continue on with this flawless run so far in Division 2.
Looking pretty.
Hoodwink. X3 Hoodwink has been so bad in terms of win rate. It was played 19 times, guys. It has 26% win rate.
Team ban.
5 and 14 on this hero. So I'm not really liking that I'm seeing it alone. He has mostly played the Tiny. They're going to be banning that one out right now. I doubt the Dark is going to be playing the Hoodwink. But overall, how I'm looking at this one. PuckChamp, if they win, they're going to be winning in like 30 minutes. If they lose, it is going to be them doing well in the early game and then just dropping the ball in the mid game, early late game and stuff like that, and then X3 getting the victory. Of course, it could be long games as well. X3, they did play very long games against Cybercats, 55 and 75 minutes on February the 14th, but they lost both of those. PuckChamp on the same day, they did play quite long games against Rise Esports, but they did win both of them still. That's the thing, you know. Sometimes the games can go longer, but overall throughout the DPC, PuckChamp have been winning pretty early games, you know. 33 minutes against Cybercats, against Sigma 21 minutes. I think that was the fastest one that we had. Let me see anything else. Against HF, 25 minutes and 32 minutes. So they tend to want to snowball. And we'll see if they'll be able to do that against X3 as well here in the in game number 1. They do have the heroes to crush the Brood in the lane. Pudge and the CM have been the go-to counters for Broods, for Beastmasters. That is something you don't want to be laning against for sure. And PuckChamps, they know how to play this one. I would argue that Shigetsu is probably like the best carry of Division 2. Yeah, okay, Dream is very good on Hydra, but Hydra as a team is looking very good, right? But
5 seconds remaining.
Overall, when you look at it, Shigetsu has been looking amazing. He brought the Marcy into the meta. It was used then in some third-party tournaments by Division 1 teams as well. So I'm hoping to see more from this guy. They're gonna ban out Yersa, which is one of Shigetsu's best heroes, and he understands just how strong it can be against the Pudge. So you don't want to be playing against that one. The DP does get banned out. I'm liking that it's getting banned out because Division 2 teams haven't really been able to utilize the hero all that well. 8 wins, 13 losses, 38% win rate on this hero in Division 2. So it has been looking pretty bad. Let's see how Bat has been looking in the
team ban.
It's 8 and 8. Much better than in Division 1. In Division 1 it had like 30% win probability.
Great, sorry. Invoker does get banned out, so Young G is not going to be playing that one. Young G has been looking quite good. I feel like the position 1 and 2 of PuckChamp have been doing really well. Of course, Malik, Danielle until the end, they're also very good, but some games they're just inconsistent. Shigetsu and Young G have been consistently solid. And that is what you need. If you want to go forward from Division 2, you need to be consistently solid. PuckChamp, they've only lost one series thus far. That was against Cybercats. And to be honest, they... no, actually, they won against Cybercats. They lost against Sigma. Sorry, so that was at the start. So the second day on February the 2nd. They've been looking pretty solid and forward from that one and looking better and better every series. They did 2-0 Rise Esports. Rise Esports did win against X3. If I remember correctly. Yeah, 2-1. So this should be a victory for a PuckChamp on paper, but let's see how it goes. You know, you never know. It definitely should be closer than the previous series that we watched. So the Rubik does come out finally. He's not going to be ignored today. He wasn't picked. He was banned one series in the last ban phase, so that's something that very rarely happens. Tier 1 teams, they favor him so much that he's almost always the first pick or a ban, at least in the Eastern Europe. So you see a Rubik usually on the 3rd and 4th pick, 16, 17, we see a Tusk or a Tiny plus something else. So I think the Tusk here does make a lot of sense considering that the supports of PuckChamp are very, very squishy. And the Pudge doesn't like playing against Heavy Burst, which the Tusk does bring. So it could be a decent Tusk game here for X3 plus Net in our world does play it, so I wouldn't write it off for sure. Clock is still in the pool, which, you know, against the Pudge, against the Rubik, sometimes it isn't gonna work out too well, but it can be something that X3 wants to go for. What's it gonna be?
Dire team pick.
So X3. We're gonna go for the Bat. Not that great against the Pudge, not great against the CM either. Once you get the BKB, it's a bit different. Then they're gonna go for the Clock. Okay, that was an expected one. The Bat I did not expect. Now, Young G, is he gonna be feeling good to go for an Ember against this one? Ember does look really good in this game, to be honest. Not a lot of easy to connect hard lockdown on him.
Remaining.
He can pretty much, you know, stay safe from everything of this. And he is gonna go for the Ember. All the time we see an Ember versus the Bat, and I have to say with the supports of PuckChamp, they're very good at rotating and killing the Bat, whereas X3, they need to get close. If you get close to the Ember, you're in so much trouble from the Rubik and the CM, so I'm liking this for PuckChamp so far. The only thing they're lacking is tower push, so I think that if you're X3 right now, you're banning like Lycans, Enigmas, that sort of thing. That's something that PuckChamp might want to take. Yeah, there's the Lycan. So they played Dark Seer in the past. That could be a good one, to be honest. If you're getting something that can be countered by it, yes, you don't have push, but you're gonna have the utility to stand your ground. But I do think that tower push is a necessity. So yeah, like an Enigma are probably gonna be the targets, even though PuckChamp, they haven't played a single Enigma. They have played Lesh, but as a mid laner.
Dire team back.
I don't know if there's anything else. Tidehunter comes to mind as a potential one, though. I would get rid of the Enigma if I was X3. Maybe a Nature's Prophet, but it wouldn't go too well with PuckChamp's lineup. They do have a frontliner in the Pudge, but they are up against the Clockwork, and you are going to be double range in a lane.
10 seconds remaining.
So I would probably let that one through if I'm X3.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there anything else that comes to mind? As a Sieger, as a map spreader.
Radiant team back.
Oh, those are the two. Visage. I'm gonna ban out the Magnus. That would be a good hero with the Rubik. I wouldn't like it overall, though. I'm not the biggest fan of that ban. X3 will probably go for something like a Drow Sniper. I think Sniper ban does make a lot more sense because you have the Pudge, you have the Ember. These two are gonna have ways of getting on top of the Drow. whereas know, sniper could be a big problem if you go for anything push-like here. And added vision is always nice for X3. During nighttime for PuckChamp, it's gonna be impossible to go in. Though, to be honest, PuckChamp, they just want to be running around the map constantly. This is a clear PuckChamp lineup. Rise Esports played this type of a lineup just, you know, in the previous series. They dropped the ball quite a lot. You're gonna ban out DSF. Okay. That makes sense as well. So what's left? Drow, Sniper, Medusa. Maybe Luna. I wouldn't hate the Luna. You do have things to buffer up if the Brood does go for those kind of items. But the Drow would probably be the one to go for. The Science is just way too nice. Yep, they're gonna go for that one. So gap close. You could go for something like a Centaur. That does make sense. Goes well with the Rubik if you're gunning for lane win and good catch. The problem I have with the Centaur is that it doesn't scale that well. Doesn't really provide too much to push except from the retaliate. Tusk is still in the pool. If you want to play an offlane Tusk, that is gonna be literally only the laning phase, crush him. But overall, Tusk is a good hero for PuckChamp. You could still go for an Enigma. I would not hate it. You could still go for an Nature's Prophet. I don't like it overall.
Now select your heroes.
It's gonna be a tide. Okay, that is something that they played in the past. Malik knows how to deal with that one. As you look at X3's lineup, they really don't have anything for the tide. Really nothing, literally, for it. Just put him in cogs and hope that he doesn't get out ever. Because if you even try to go for him, he's gonna go for the Ravage. He's good against the Brood. He's good against the Bat. I'm loving this PuckChamp lineup. The only problem I have with it, their ability to take objectives is very, like, limited. But the thing is that if they play fast, and that's what PuckChamp were good at throughout the DPC, you are gonna be overwhelming X3. And X3's lineup, yes, they have late game potential, but they need to consistently scale. It's not like, okay, we can just farm our Drow right now and she's gonna win. No, you need every single one of your heroes on supports and the Bat to have good levels, and Sugarrat to be able to control the map. Against PuckChamp, controlling the map with the Brood, very hard. Supports, very easy to bring down. Natty Narwhal also gonna be in a little bit of trouble. So I think that those early 15-20 minutes, PuckChamp got it, and I think they can win the game from that one. So I'm gonna be going for their side. But if there's constant scaling, if there's constant kind of stalemate on the map, then X3 are gonna have a much better shot. Though I have to say X3 have been good at laning, right, and they've been good at the late game, but mid game they have sometimes dropped the ball, and that is where PuckChamp are the strongest. So I do believe Radiant side is gonna be taking this game number one, and I actually think it's gonna be a very fast one, you know, from the draft. It doesn't have to be. I'm hoping now we get to see how you play the Crystal Maiden. With this hero, you constantly have to be fighting. With that being said, we do have a game on our hands, but before we go into it, we're gonna have a word from our sponsors over at EGB.
Prepare for battle.
We get freebies now.
We'll have to do better than that.
And we get ourselves into game number one of the last series of the day. It's gonna be PuckChamp versus X3 here. Game number one. Who's gonna be the victor? We're gonna be finding out in the next 2-3 hours here, guys. X3, I'm just hoping they're not tilted. They had that series against Sigma YNT a couple of days ago in the bag, and they had some unfortunate things happen to them. Hopefully that's not gonna be happening now. And then they lost to Cybercats 2-0. They did play long games, but it ended up being bad for them in the end. Anyways, let's see now. Is there gonna be any differences in this one? There is gonna be a pause. Rehost is needed. Not really sure what the problem is, but the admins are asking for a rehost. They're probably gonna be given a reason. Triumph. What is that one? Yeah, something is wrong. There's something on the screen. Someone entered as a coach there, so that is why a rehost will be needed. We're gonna be waiting a little bit before we get into that game again. Yeah, I saw that there was something wrong there, but no, it is what it is. Mistakes do happen in the lobby, and we're gonna be rehosting that one. Nothing happened, nothing big happened. Only smokes, a couple of wards placed, so the game will be there. Everything is fine right now. That is, I think someone just got. Was it a caster, or was it me? Not in the lobby currently, because I have such good production who are giving me every single thing that I want. Also, we have a very good observer who's making sure that we don't miss any of the kills on the map, and that is very nice coming out from him. So we are gonna have to wait a little bit, and while we're waiting, you're gonna have to enjoy my lovely face while I'm giving you some info here for these two teams. As I mentioned, the Snapfire Hoodwink did look pretty bad so far in this one. Batrider, we're gonna be seeing him now, but he's 8. And how's the Ember looking? Ember is actually having a very underwhelming win percentage. He's 5 and 8, 38%. That is 38.5. But overall, I mean, the performances I've seen from Ember Spirits, they know what they're doing, but it seems like the teams just don't use the aggression of the hero way too much. That is a problem. In this game in particular, PuckChamp are really gonna have to be using the siege creeps for the first towers to fall, especially the mid lane. So you need to be able to bring your heroes to the mid lane around the time of the siege creep, or a little bit beforehand, to secure vision, to secure fights there, because your heroes don't push at all, right? That's why you're gonna be needing this tide to threaten with the Ravage. You don't want to be using it. Maybe in the lane, once you get level 6, you use it that time, you get the kill after that. It's all about posturing, it's all about positioning. You use it only for an overwhelming fight, because if you use it, then your enemies can go for your towers, you cannot defend them, you cannot fight, and you cannot push yourself. So it's going to be very important for PuckChamp to play around those Ravage timings.
You are too noisy to live.
I'm very curious to see how well they're going to be Last pick. I was certain I knew that one. I'm crazy. The other team, X3, they had a Clockwork. They had a Drow. They had a Hoodwink, a Bat. And again, I don't know the offlaner. Just goes to show how much I care about the offlane.
Prepare. It's cleaver time.
The game is has started right now, so we are gonna be getting ourselves in it right now. There it is. So yeah, offlane time and off.
You will make a
Okay. And there it is. Finally, we are in the game. Everything is fine. We're seeing that the players are laughing. They're all in a good mood. But after this game, one team is gonna be in an even better one, and the other one, well, they're gonna be slightly annoyed. Be seeing the Brood coming over. Sugarat, you have to be careful. He will place a ward. He will be hooked, and he's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Rubik doesn't want to skill up the lift. It wouldn't have changed the fact that Sugarat would have escaped anyways, and that should be a ward dewarded from one side. Sugarat, he's gonna be sending them some smileys.
Another triumph.
But I don't know if those are supposed to be eyes or whatever, or maybe a smile with a tooth in between and then a smile again. Either way, they did the ward. They're gonna get this one low just to be able to deny it in just one attack if it does come to it. Let's see now. Who secures the rune? The Brood isn't gonna be here. Malik comes over. He needs to be very careful. The battery assault is nothing to be laughed at, and that's gonna be the Tidehunter getting super low. He does have 2 mangoes, and mangoes are being given to him. And now the last out for the line, but we're gonna be. And it was, I would say, it's an overused joke. We are gonna be getting the game here. Game number 1. Finally, officially start. This bottom lane is very important. And, immediately we're gonna see coming to a low. Get there. One tango. Pretty much best. She won't. But
First blood.
Malik does the
point well taken.
Level Drow, level Clockwork to be underestimated. Tidehunter can be a problem in this game for every single hero in 3. He has a really bad lane, and it's very important for Drow to have a good lane phase. They talk about their lane. Be very, very good. Need to be a very there. Danielle. Gonna be getting doesn't even want to use. There's gonna be a arrows flying around. Again, he gets killed. Going for this as well. Jitsu was level 2. Sure, that be well, it's not gonna be happening. He's gonna be now getting level 1.